The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
We're living in an era where a determined minority is doing everything in its power to try to destroy our democracy for their own agenda. The United States is working on a hostage deal between Israel and Hamas to ease the humanitarian crisis and to end the terror threat and to bring peace to Gaza and Israel. Passed this bipartisan border security bill. It's the toughest, most efficient, most effective border security bill this country has ever seen. And it's clear we have the strongest economy in the world, nearly 15 million new jobs since I came to office. The longest stretch of unemployment under 4% in 50 years.
It's an annual tradition, the State of the Union address. And this year, President Joe Biden is under pressure to make it a successful night and prove to Americans that he's ready to be president for a second term. Good evening and welcome to live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm in the United States Capitol in Statuary Hall, right next to the House chamber, where members of the House, senators, cabinet members, and even Supreme Court justices will be gathering for a speech that starts in an hour. And at the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue, President Biden is preparing to make the trip by motorcade. It's a short but symbolic journey to the United States Capitol. I'm joined tonight by Rhonda Colvin, senior political correspondent, who's been talking with lawmakers throughout the day to learn what they want to hear from the president tonight. We're also joined by Jorge Ribas, who is overlooking the White House, James Homan at the Washington Post building, and J.M. Rieger, who's also in our newsroom tonight. Rhonda, how big of a night is this for President Biden?
This could be one of the biggest speeches in President Biden's career. And remember, he spent many years in this building. This is a big night for him. One, there's so much going on domestically and internationally that he's going to have to touch on. Two, this is happening amid an election year that is going to be quite contentious, and it started to crystallize this week as we found out that Donald Trump is sweeping delegates and probably will be the nominee for the Republican Party. So there's a lot on the line. We're going to hear President Biden under his duty, according to the Constitution, that he should be here and talk to Congress, but we're also going to be hearing from candidate Biden. And I can just tell you from my own reporter's notebook that I can sense there's a lot of energy from both sides of the aisle to really use this moment for themselves to message what they want their people to know about their parties. I am getting a ton of emails. I have talked to lawmakers today. I've talked to staffers. Everyone's really energized and wants to make sure that their messaging for their party is heard tonight.
Well, with so much on the line, let's go to Jorge for more on what we'll be hearing from President Biden. Jorge?
Libby, yeah. So tonight is a great opportunity for President Biden to take his message on the economy directly to the American people. He talked about how when he took over, when he came as president, it was one of the toughest periods in American history, in the middle of the pandemic. He's going to talk about how he's had low unemployment, how he's moved forward with the economy, how he's got steady job growth, wage growth. These are messages that he has to take directly to the voters to really drive that message home. Libby, one of the things he's going to talk about tonight is reproductive rights and how these are on the ballot this year. He says in his speech that he's going to, if he gets a Congress sent to him, that he can codify Roe v. Wade. He can bring this into law. This is a message he's going to drive home. One of the things that's an opportunity for him to talk about tonight is immigration. Libby, this is an issue that Republicans have laid at his feet, have blamed him on border security. He was just at the border last week, so was former President Donald Trump. He's going to talk about how this message of border security, how the bipartisan bill that the Republicans worked on, how it was sabotaged by the Republicans. This is something he's going to lay at the feet of the Republicans themselves. Libby, and I don't know if you can hear behind me, but right below me, in front of the White House, is a large protest group, Gaza-Israel protest group. This is an issue he's going to talk about tonight, about bringing aid to the Gazans. He's going to talk about building a port on the Mediterranean to bring aid, humanitarian aid to Gazans there. This is an issue that he's being hit hard with by the left side of his party and by Arab American voters. And these are voters he's going to need in November if he wants to win. Now, Libby, I think this is a speech for him. You know, he didn't speak at the Super Bowl. That was a big deal. That was a chance for him directly to talk to the American people. This night is for him to reach those voters. Essentially, the primary is over, right? He knows who he's going to run against in November. And this is a message where he doesn't have to just talk about the last 3 years, the last 3.5 years as president, but what his vision is for the country moving forward for the next 4. Libby?
Thanks, Jorge. An important point. James, let's talk about how the president can't just look back. He can't just give the laundry list of achievements or even, frankly, the laundry list of what he wants to get done, James. So much of tonight is going to be about tone. What will you be listening for?
Yeah, there's divided government. I reread his State of the Union from last year earlier today, and it is amazing how many things he called for that just were dead on arrival. Never got a hearing, certainly never got a vote. Last year he was pushing to raise the debt ceiling. Kevin McCarthy ended up getting the votes in the House to do that, and in large part because of that vote, lost his position as Speaker. So we're going to see all the characters from the past year of political drama and intrigue on the floor. Kevin McCarthy will not be behind the president. Mike Johnson, the new Speaker, will. Mike Johnson has a historically narrow majority. They've just kept the government open for a couple more weeks, but they're going to have to extend funding again in March, and that's basically all that's going to get done the rest of the year. And so President Biden wants people to feel like he actually has achieved something. He doesn't think he's gotten enough credit for the points he put on the board the first 2 years of his administration when Democrats controlled Congress. But he also needs to outline a vision for a second term. And this is the biggest televised audience he will have of the year to do that.
Thank you, James. You know, Rhonda, I'd love to hear from you what lawmakers are saying they want to hear from the president tonight in terms of accomplishments, goals, but also tone. Because I'm hearing a lot of Democrats say he needs to be punchy, he needs to be sharp, he needs to be on the offense, not sort of just presidential, but really mixing it up. Tell me more.
Yeah, you know, one interview I had earlier today was with Senator Chris Coons, who is the senator from Delaware. He's known as a big surrogate here on the Hill of President Biden. And I asked him, you know, a lot of Americans are just focusing on Biden's age. They really don't know the things that Biden has gotten through this legislature. And Chris Coons said that's because Biden really doesn't brag about himself. So he is going to need to bring some energy tonight and talk about those accomplishments. As we've mentioned, this is the biggest audience that President Biden will likely have moving forward into this general election period. So this is really game time for him. And Chris Coons also pointed out that his opponent, Donald Trump, is always talking about what he did, whether it was real or things that he is putting mistruths out about. So he's up against a candidate who is always talking about himself. He needs to now talk, Biden needs to now talk about what he has done. I mean, there's so much, too, that maybe people have forgotten. There was the infrastructure bill that got through both the Senate and the House eventually. There was the CHIPS Act. There were so many things with Medicare and some of the social programs that got through early in Biden's presidency, but people may have forgotten about. So I think those who really want to see Biden have a strong showing tonight, they want him to talk about the accomplishments. Now, other Democrats do want him to focus on some of these issues that they know are galvanizing their base. One of those, of course, is the IVF and abortion access, reproductive rights issue. Most of the Democrats tonight, it's really interesting to see, most of them have all invited as their special guests people who are involved in the reproductive rights issue. There is the woman who was the first IVF baby born in the United States. Senator Kaine is bringing her. There's others, people who are suing the state of Texas and over their abortion ban. So Democrats seem to be energized behind that issue, but there's also the issue of the border as well that they want him to be very clear about. He really has a feather in his cap because he said he was ready to sign the bill that the Senate in a bipartisan fashion put together. However, that was tanked when Trump directed House Republicans not to vote on it yet. So he will likely talk about that in this speech and how this is a Congress that really has had trouble getting anything through because of their own internal politics.
Let's bring in Tyler Pager, White House reporter, to talk more about what's been going on behind the scenes. Tyler, tell us about the process of President Biden and his team as they prepared for tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Libby. And so the State of the Union process starts many weeks ago as aides to the president put together a policy process and take requests from all across the administration of priorities that various cabinet officials and agencies want to be touted in the speech. And then eventually what it comes down to is the president spends the weekend before the State of the Union at Camp David with a close group of aides, reviewing the speech, tweaking the speech, and practicing. So this weekend, the president was joined by Bruce Reed, the Deputy Chief of Staff at the White House, who led that policy process. It is his 17th State of the Union address that he's worked on, spanning the Obama, Clinton, and Biden administrations. Also up at Camp David with the president was Vinay Reddy, the head of speechwriting, Mike Donlin, a longtime senior advisor who just left the White House to work on the reelection campaign full-time, Jeff Zients, the White House Chief of Staff, Anita Dunn, a senior advisor who focuses on communications, and John Meacham, the historian who has advised Biden on speechwriting and messaging. All of them met with the president over the course of several days at Camp David, where they just focused on this speech. And aides say that the president will continue to be tweaking and practicing up until the moment he leaves shortly for the Capitol.
Tyler, you've done some fascinating reporting on who has President Biden's ear and how he gathers information, who he talks to. Tell us about what informs Joe Biden.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning, Libby. I'm in the middle of publishing a three-part series here at the Washington Post called How Biden Leads that is aiming to give readers a deeper and better understanding of what the president is like behind the scenes, how he does the job of being president. Most of what he does is in the Oval Office or in closed doors on the phone. And so we hope that readers get a better, fuller sense of what he looks like as president. The first story that you are referring to is a story where we looked at how he gets his information, who are the influences on what he thinks about. And what we found is that a lot of what he craves is information outside the official informational channels that a president has. He is used to being out in the world, very much defined by his time in the Senate, where he commuted every workday from Wilmington to Washington on the Amtrak, speaking to fellow passengers, speaking to conductors. He obviously does not have that same sort of access to the average American voter, given the restraints that the Secret Service puts on the president. So the president has really sought ways to get around that. His grandchildren and children are particularly important influences for him, but also average Americans that he encounters despite the presidential bubble. So people he goes to church with on the weekends, usually attends Saturday evening mass in Wilmington or Rehoboth, or even people that work on his property. He usually spends the weekends in Delaware, and there's gardeners or other people that just sort of are around that Biden tries to ask, hey, what's going on here, what's going on there? And he brings those concerns and worries back to the Oval Office. Aides often expect Monday morning to get a barrage of questions from the president on things ranging from inflation to the renewable fuel standard to mask guidelines during the pandemic. So a wide range of things. Biden's looking for feedback from the American people that often is hard to get for being a president when you're somewhat trapped in the White House and in that bubble.
Tyler, finally, we're watching this speech. Our audience is here with us watching this speech, but there are a lot of Americans who sadly will not be tuning into the Washington Post tonight. They'll be looking for clips tomorrow. They'll be wanting to know about what moments went viral. What were the takeaways? How is the White House thinking about how to give moments that resonate from tonight?
Yeah, we've had conversations with White House officials trying to get an understanding of how they plan to do that. They had some influencers at the White House today to meet with senior officials to try to get them on board with the messaging campaign of the president. But they see this speech as the kickoff for the general election campaign. The president will travel tomorrow to the Philadelphia area, on Saturday to Atlanta, and more travel planned for the next week, where they will continue to tweak this message to make it more political in nature. Tonight is obviously official presidential address. The political overtones will be there. Whether or not he mentions Trump, I don't think he plans to do so. But I think they're understanding they're trying to have certain lines, certain retorts that will be trimmed for social media and wider consumption. But arguably his best moment last year was one that was unplanned, when he sparred with Republicans as they heckled him over Social Security and Medicare, him trying to get them on the record defending a position that they think is out of step with most Americans. Whether or not he's able to replicate that depends on what sort of interactions he might have with House Republicans or other members of Congress or other individuals in the chamber tonight. But they're definitely aware that most Americans are not going to sit through and watch this whole speech. But whether or not he delivers on the ability of that defining moment, I think we'll have to wait 45 minutes to see.
Tyler Pager, White House reporter, thank you so much. Let's go back to James Hohmann. James, last year's speech by President Biden was 1 hour and 13 minutes. The speeches did not used to be this long. So what's happened over the years?
Well, I've made a chart showing the kind of the scope creep of these speeches over time. As you mentioned, President Biden spoke for 73 minutes last year. They didn't used to be this long. Ronald Reagan, when he ran for re-election in 1984 and won 49 states, he talked for about a half an hour. Richard Nixon also won 49 states in 1972. He also talked for just over half an hour. The speeches have gotten longer because presidents are trying to accomplish more and more with these addresses. They've ended up becoming box-checking exercises of nodding to every initiative, listing off a laundry list of things that they want to get done, talking about the things they did get done. They've added in a lot more personal stories about how individuals are affected by their policies or could benefit by their policies. And the result is that these speeches keep getting longer. You saw Bill Clinton was a particularly repeat offender. He often would go, an hour and a half. Donald Trump also would go long. There's been a lot of pressure in the White House to try to keep this a little tighter, that it doesn't matter sort of how much you say, but how you say it, and that the kind of the quality matters more than quantity. But it's a constant pressure because every agency wants their pet project to get a shout out from the president. And the president is trying to both be president, but also, as Tyler was just telling us, be a candidate for re-election. So lots of needles that he's trying to thread, lots of issues overseas. But ultimately, he wants to seem like he's focused on the problems here at home.
James Hohmann, thank you so much. I'd like to introduce Paul Kane, senior congressional correspondent. I doubt Joe Biden's going to give us a haiku or maybe a limerick tonight, since he's of his Irish descent. It is a bit of a laundry list at times, PK, yes. But it is very important for members in this chamber to hear things that they care about and their constituents care about. What are you hearing from Democrats and Republicans?
Well, Republicans have their laundry list would be things that he is not really going to get into. They want him to issue a bunch of executive orders that sort of reinstate the Trump policies at the border. He's not going to do that. Democrats, they want him to perform tonight. If they could get a do-over of last year's performance, in which President Biden was really great. He went back and forth, bantered with House Republicans as they were heckling him. He looked very much in command last year. And then, after the speech was over, he worked the quote-unquote rope line, that center aisle, where members sort of lean over to talk to people. He did it for something like 30 or 40 minutes. Even random Republicans saw that and took advantage and walked over and were whispering into his ear, hey, I've got this project or that project. That was a guy who looked totally in control, and that is what Democrats first and foremost want to see because of this lingering question about his age and about his command. And then they want to see him really push forward with a defense of what they have already done, what the accomplishments they got in 2021, 2022, some of it in big bipartisan fashion, and then also aggressively talk about what comes next in a second term. Some of those unfulfilled promises that didn't get into the Inflation Reduction Act at the end of 2022 and a few others.
So we're talking about tone. We're talking about the agenda that he's going to share tonight. But talk to us about some of the other optics, PK. He's going to have Speaker Mike Johnson behind him. I mean, a name that you knew who he was a year ago, but a lot of us weren't too familiar with him. What a difference a year makes to see no longer, first of all, there weren't even Republicans on that dais a couple of years ago. Yeah. Then to see Speaker McCarthy last year, now a new Speaker of the House. What are you going to be watching for?
To put it in perspective, the day before he got sworn in as Speaker, when you Googled just Mike Johnson, he didn't even come up on the page. There was a retired NHL player, There was a bachelor or bachelorette, Mike Johnson, who became something of a social media star. So yeah, this is a really interesting moment for Speaker Johnson. Yes, he's like, you know, I have talked to previous speakers, John Boehner, Paul Ryan, Nancy Pelosi, about that moment where you're sitting behind them. And, you know, McCarthy last year, I don't know if people even remember this, he basically decided that he was going to make no expression at all. And by making no expression at all, he started to look kind of like, what's going on there? Hey, Kev, you alive? Because he didn't want to be caught smirking or laughing or condescending or anything. So it is a strange position to be in when you're up there for the first time. But I think the optics and everything is the rest of the room. I think we have to see, you know, there are a lot of guests here who are coming from fairly partisan backgrounds, or at least partisan in terms of the one issue they're here to represent. And, you know, do they behave? Do members on the floor? Last year there was some shouts of liar from some of the far right Republicans, but Biden actually took it and bantered back and forth with them, and it turned out to be an overall win for him. Does it get more ugly than that? There are some Democrats that really, really oppose his position on Palestinians and the Israel-Hamas war. Is there some sort of silent protest that some of those Democrats make? I think those are sort of the things we're going to be looking to see.
All right, Paul Kane. And if you're looking at the shot behind us, we are right here in Statuary Hall. The House chamber is right next door to us. And we're seeing members of the House, members of the Senate begin the procession over there, PK, as they head into that chamber. We're really in a prime spot, which is why there are so many photographers also gathered right behind us to catch the action. Thanks for coming. You'll be in the chamber tonight.
I have to double check on that.
Okay.
I think so.
Paul's editor, give a call to...
No, it's Dana Milbank.
He might take your spot.
If you're out there, yeah, we're trying to figure it out.
Dana, call PK. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let's go to J.M. Rieger to talk about the history and the role of these speeches. J.M., how important are these historically, and how does that compare to right now?
Yeah, Libby, I mean, this is something that's gone back. It's specifically in the Constitution that presidents are supposed to deliver State of the Unions. But for years and years, this was a written correspondence starting with Thomas Jefferson. This changed in 1913 when Woodrow Wilson decided to deliver before a joint session of Congress, which is what's going to happen tonight with President Biden. LBJ was the first to give an address in prime time. And since Reagan, this has always been given over television, spoken, joint session of Congress. As James was just talking about, the length has dramatically changed, but these presidents really go into these addresses with two audiences in mind, Congress and the American people. And that's sort of what Joe Biden is trying to do tonight here. The White House has framed this as a very sort of high-stakes reset, if you will, and a launching of the 2024 campaign. These addresses traditionally lean a lot on policy. There's anywhere from, on average, 2 to 3 dozen policy proposals or requests from presidents that happen during these addresses. So we'll see how much Biden kind of leans into that tonight, how much there's more kind of campaign talk, but there's a lot of dynamics here. He's really trying to thread a very specific needle tonight, Libby, which is simultaneously touting his accomplishments while also acknowledging that there is wide voter dissatisfaction with how he's handled those issues. The economy is maybe first and foremost in that in terms of the economic dynamics that we're seeing in terms of the numbers, but where consumer sentiment is right now. So these are some of the things we're keeping an eye on tonight, Libby, to see if Biden can thread that needle.
All right, thanks so much, JM. James, let's go back to you on this question of Joe Biden's approval ratings. Right now, they are at his near low. People have concerns about his age, also about the economy. And in an election year, a lot of what voters are asking themselves, James, is, am I better off now than I was 4 years ago?
Yeah, Libby, Joe Biden is coming in bad shape. His approval rating is 38%. That's lower than Donald Trump's was in 2020 at this point. It's lower than Barack Obama's was. This is a big flashing red light for the White House, especially because, and this is a fresh poll from this week, when you ask, do you approve retrospectively of how Donald Trump did as president, I think because of maybe the rose-colored glasses, time passing by, 48% approve of the job he did. That's also about how much of the vote that he got. And so this is the race. We know who the candidates are going to be. The challenge for Biden is that he's weak across the board. The economy has been overtaken by immigration as the top issue for Americans in the polls, and immigration is his weakest issue. Only 29% approve of how he's handling the border and immigration. Obviously, all these numbers are problematic. Ukraine, which the president is proudest of, he's still only at 46%. And the war between Israel and Hamas, as we've heard, has riven the Democratic coalition. Only 31% approve of his handling of it. But ultimately, this is really what's driving his approval rating. Only 37% think that Joe Biden is mentally up for the job of president. 73% of Americans think that he's too old to run for a second term. You can see Trump also in the same vantage area on the mental competency, but he's not perceived as quite as old or infirm as the president. And the president needs to be energetic, but he also needs to show Americans that he feels their pain. I think his temptation is going to be to talk about foreign policy, the subject where he's most comfortable. But in this poll, it was asked, are you personally better off than you were 1 year ago when the president last gave his State of the Union on a host of things? On inflation, 68% of Americans think things are getting worse. In fact, inflation is much better than it was a year ago. Same thing with investments and retirements. An equal 43% think things are better or worse, but people's 401ks have boomed. The stock market had an incredible 2023. And so the president's challenge is convincing people that they have a perception that is wrong. And it's a very hard thing to do. You know, when your wages go up, you think it's something you did. When inflation causes your prices to go up, you think it's something else did to you. Similarly with crime. Crime has been going up in Washington, D.C., but nationally it's actually down in every other major city. But 58% of Americans think crime is worse than it was a year ago. On immigration and the border, 71% of Americans think things are worse than they were a year ago. So this is the environment that Biden goes in. But you don't want to just stand there and tell people that what they feel is wrong. You need to show that you feel their pain and that you have a plan to do something about it. That is what the White House wants to really push, that the president gets it, and not just that people are wrong about how they're doing.
Thanks so much, James. Let's go to Jorge Ribas. He's outside the White House. And Jorge, I understand that you can hear the protests that are going on right nearby.
Yeah, that's right, Libby. We're about 15 stories up. We're a block from the White House. Right below me is Black Lives Matter Plaza, where there's a large group of protests. As we were walking actually here to the studio, we saw the protests, how they've only grown. My colleague Amber went down there to interview and film what was happening. But yeah, it's loud. I mean, they're right there. The president is set to leave at any moment, and no doubt they've gathered there to show how much they're protesting this ongoing war in Israel and Gaza. And so this is something that the Biden administration is going to have to be concerned about as this campaign goes on. I mean, where he goes and where he campaigns, the protests could follow him. This is something that's going to continue to dog him really throughout his campaign. We're already seeing issues like what happened in the Michigan primary, where there was this uncommitted vote. But these large protests are going to follow him. They're really loud, Libby. You can hear them all the way up here. There was police cars earlier that we heard. And so this is definitely an issue that is going to, I mean, he's going to see it as he's driving out to the Capitol himself. And this has got to be a concern for his administration.
Thank you, Jorge. Rhonda, there is a lot of pressure on the president to figure out how to continue to support Israel, as he has been committed to doing, but also recognize the terrible tragedy that is unfolding in Gaza right now. And the left flank of his party, young people, Arab Americans, want to hear him address this. We've already seen Vice President Kamala Harris go farther, be really the administration voice on saying there should be a ceasefire in Gaza. What will you be listening for tonight, and how important is that issue in his campaign?
It's very important, and I think one sign we can take from where he is probably prioritizing delivering that part of his message is the news that came out earlier today that the U.S. will build an emergency port to deliver aid to Gaza. So that timing, the fact that they announced it this morning, that timing shows you that is going to be a part of not only this speech, but probably the weeks and months to come of Biden's campaign, really. He knows how much that is a vulnerable spot for him. He knows the uphill battle of convincing a Congress who, the majority, a slim majority, of course, with the House Republicans who don't want to send aid to other countries or help him out on any sort of foreign aid situations. He knows that uphill battle, too. So it is an area that he is going to have to concentrate on, not only tonight, but moving forward. But I think the lead up to this speech, like you mentioned, Kamala Harris talking about the ceasefire, Biden also saying he's encouraged that perhaps ceasefire talks will be successful. You've seen that creep up to today's speech, so you can almost imagine that he is going to reserve a part of that speech for messaging about Israel and Gaza. I think you can also look at the guests that he is bringing today, too, and the guests that Democrats are bringing, too, who are associated with that issue. I will point out that both the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, as well as Hakeem Jeffries, have a joint set of guests who are constituents who have family members who are either still hostages or were killed by Hamas. They will be here tonight. I've heard from another member who said one of his constituents has been affected by this conflict, and he decided to bring him here tonight. So that is sort of the looming cloud over all of this, too. And, you know, we've mentioned it before. Joe Biden has a history of being a foreign policy expert of sorts in his political career. He led the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate. So it is a comfortable place for him to talk about, but it is also such a grave situation right now, and he's really going to have to strike a balance to inform Americans of what he wants to do next on that issue.
Rhonda, we just saw the Vice President Kamala Harris in the Senate chamber. She was there. You saw exchanging words and getting close there with Mitch McConnell, the minority leader who, of course, has announced that he's stepping down from that leadership position. The senators are leaving their chamber now. They'll process through Statuary Hall right behind us and head over to the House chamber. Let's bring Yasmin Abu Talib into the conversation, White House reporter. Yasmin, you've been covering closely the efforts to get the Biden White House to move closer to assistance in Gaza, to making this commitment to aid that we've just heard about that's going to be unrolled now. Do you get the sense that the White House thinks they need to take action now, or are they banking on the war changing, people's thoughts changing by the time November comes along? 8 months away may feel like a long time, but I've heard from Arab American voters who have said, I will not vote for Joe Biden again.
Yeah, Libby, I've heard the exact same thing. I went to Dearborn at the end of January and had reported on this movement called the Abandoned Biden movement, where Arab American and Muslim voters were saying there is no way we're voting for him. We can't after everything that's happened. I think you've seen sort of an evolution in the White House's thinking on this war since it started. In November, December, even October, when the ceasefire calls started and people were talking about, could it threaten Biden's reelection? The election was about a year away at that point, and I think the White House was hoping this war would end by December, January at the absolute latest, and hoped it would be sort of a faraway memory by the time November rolled around. There is, of course, not an end in sight right now, and I think they have finally started to contend with the fact between Biden sending some of his top aides to Michigan to meet with the Arab and Muslim community, in some cases being rebuffed and people refusing to meet with them, seeing these uncommitted votes, hearing more directly from the community that they have a bigger problem on their hands, and it's not just the Arab and Muslim community. In some of these uncommitted movements, you've seen a sizable vote turnout from young voters, from voters of color, from the progressive wing of the party. So I think that is a big part of why you're seeing this rhetorical shift, and now some of these sort of gestures that they're doing, not just gestures, but trying to help more on the aid issue to try to address some of those concerns. But I think the issue there is that these voters are asking for a permanent ceasefire at the absolute minimum, or for the U.S. to call for one. So the rhetorical shift and these moves that they're making on aid are not going to really address the demands that these people are making right now.
Yasmeen, I just want to mention that right behind us, the senators are processing over. They were led by Vice President Kamala Harris, and then right behind her was Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer. And then I saw some bipartisan duos, Rhonda. I noticed Senator Murray walking with John Thune. And so we'll be watching tonight for some of the dynamics. Obviously, the Senate not as tense as the House when it comes to partisanship and really being dug in. You can see there that aerial shot watching them walk over. Yasmeen, let's talk about the role of the Vice President for a moment, since we did just see her lead this group through Statuary Hall. How does the Biden team view her role, and what will you be watching for her to be doing in the coming weeks as they take the State of the Union and then sort of launch out, as the White House always does, launch out from there, trying to do a real push for their agenda?
Well, I think the vice president, obviously their polls show that there are a lot of concerns about her. She has sort of, I think, a different role than a lot of vice presidents, because President Biden's age is, of course, such a huge concern for voters. So there is always this question of, would she be willing, how would she do if she had to step into the role for any reason, whether between now and the election or in a second term. And so I think you see the White House trying to use her as, their sort of one of their more effective communicators to key parts of the Democratic base, to young voters, to voters of color, to progressive voters. These are voters that Biden doesn't necessarily reach very well himself. And so you've seen her out there pretty forcefully talking about abortion rights. She's been much more forceful in talking about Gaza and the situation in Gaza than Biden has. And so I think you'll see her, and the White House will say, she is just a better messenger on an issue like abortion, which the White House sees as one of their biggest strengths heading into this election, because voters have sort of consistently across all sorts of different states voted to uphold abortion protections. I think you'll see her step into those roles, into issues where they feel like she is a more appropriate messenger than the president.
Yasmeen, what will you be listening for tonight?
Well, the Biden team sees this as a chance for them to really sort of set the stakes of this election, to try to put to rest some of the concerns about Biden's vigor and mental acuity. So I think what I'm really going to be looking for, what kind of energy he comes in with, whether he tries to sort of spar with Republicans like he did last year to show he's quick on his feet and ready for the fight with Trump. I imagine he won't really mention Trump by name tonight, since this is a presidential address, but I will be looking to see how he tries to lay out the stakes of this coming year and how he tries to make people feel more confident in his candidacy.
Yasmeen Abu-Taleb, White House reporter, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Let's go back to J.M. Rieger. J.M., what are you going to be listening for tonight in terms of both tone and message? And we're watching there, as you can see on your screen, the Vice President and the leaders of the Senate. And the rest of the senators behind her enter the House chamber. J.M.?
Yeah, Libby, we've heard a really good summation so far tonight in the show of kind of various topic areas that we expect Biden to touch on, that we expect to be sort of touchstones of his campaign in 2024, and in terms of the policy that he's going to push Congress to enact here, what can be enacted. But I think the other key here is what you touched on right on the top of the show, Libby. What breakout moment can the president get tonight? This is a speech where presidents, this is where the Monroe Doctrine came out. This is where LBJ uttered war on poverty. This is where George W. Bush laid out the axis of evil after 9/11. This is the speech where Justice Samuel Alito was caught saying not true after then President Obama criticized the Citizens United decision. So this is a speech that can be incredibly consequential in terms of those sort of moments, but it's not a speech where we've seen traditionally poll numbers significantly shift after the speech. The approval ratings of presidents, our colleague Philip Bump did some great analysis earlier today on this on the Washington Post site, which is their president's approval rating sort of going into this speech, into this address, it generally ends up within that kind of realm, within that kind of 2 to 4 point margin at most after the speech. So this isn't something where the view of Biden necessarily is going to dramatically change, but it is something where he can have a breakout moment, where he can maybe quell some of the concerns, fears about him, the concerns about age, the concerns about how he's handling immigration, Israel, kind of a new push for Ukraine. So what does he do on a policy front, and what does he do in sort of that moment front tonight, Libby? That's the key I'll be watching for.
James, let's talk about what we're witnessing here on the dais. We see the vice president, we see the Speaker of the House. I just want you to talk about the scenes in front of us. We're seeing a lot of members, especially women, wearing all white. Yeah. What's standing out to you, James?
Yeah, the women are wearing white. Some of our colleagues in the chamber have spotted, and the white is in solidarity with reproductive rights and abortion rights, IVF, obviously top of mind. And some are wearing pins that say 153, which is the number of days that the hostages have been held by Hamas. And then some members on the left have been spotted wearing Palestinian flag lapels. You can see both the vice president and the speaker are wearing American flag lapels there. And you know, there's Joe Manchin and Mitt Romney, two senators who have announced that they're not going to be running for another term, won't be on the ballot, sort of the collapse of the center and the Senate, and no deal makers. We saw Mitch McConnell coming in a minute ago. This is his first, I guess this is his final State of the Union, I should say, as the Republican leader, the first since his announcement last week that he will give up his leadership role at the end of this year, the longest serving Senate leader in U.S. history.
Thanks so much, James. Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's outside the White House. Jorge, we're not just watching the members, we're also watching for guests of the First Lady, guests of members of Congress. Tell us about who will be in attendance tonight.
Right, Libby. So one of the things that I think I found really interesting is how the Democrats have really coalesced around really highlighting people, women and families whose lives have been upended by these reproductive rights restrictions. You're seeing, for example, Senator Tim Kaine in Virginia inviting Elizabeth Carr. She's the first person born in the U.S. with in vitro fertilization back in 1981. The First Lady, Joe Biden, is inviting an Alabama couple who've already had a child using IVF, and were in the process of expanding their family with IVF when the Alabama Supreme Court made their decision, came down with a decision that frozen embryos are people really just putting a stop to that procedure. You also have people coming, invited guests from members of women who've had to leave their state because of abortion restrictions. Kate Cox in Texas, for example, who had to leave the state. She had requested, she needed an abortion. She was carrying a fetus that had genetic abnormalities. It was not going to be a viable fetus. She was worried about her own health, had to leave the state to get that abortion. You had an Indiana OBGYN who performed a procedure on a young girl who was raped, and she had to leave the state to get this procedure as well. People who've really been attacked for these things, for rights that they had before the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. On the conservative side, really what you're seeing is them inviting guests who to really highlight what they feel are failures from the administration. You have the two NYPD officers in New York who are allegedly attacked by a group of immigrants there. They were guests of House Speaker Mike Johnson. We're having, you have also other guests that are being invited to talk. You have you have U.S. journalist Evan, Gershkovich, who has been in prison in Russia for more than a year. His parents have been invited to speak as well, or to attend as well. You have one GOP Georgia House member invited the parents of Laken Riley. She's the 22-year-old college student who was killed by someone here illegally. He invited her parents. They declined the invitation, but really highlighting some of the failures that they see that President Biden has made over the course of his first 3.5 years in office.
Thanks so much, Jorge. Jan, let's talk about the history of guests and their significance, because it's really over the decades become an important messaging tool.
Libby, this is something where we were just talking a moment ago about moments and how a lot of this speech is, the moments are what the audience is ultimately going to remember, as opposed to the entire speech or 10 different policy proposals that were floated and whatnot. This really began with Ronald Reagan back in 1982 when he invited Lenny Skutnik, who was a guest of Nancy Reagan, the First Lady, in the House Gallery that year. Skutnik was notable because he had jumped in 13 days before Reagan's address that year in 1982. Skutnik had jumped into the icy Potomac River after an Air Florida flight crashed into the Potomac. Skutnik was there, and Reagan was giving his address, and all of a sudden looked up at the gallery, and there was Skutnik, and the entire chamber gave a standing ovation, and Reagan talked about how this was American heroism and how this was a symbol of the country coming together. That's the sort of thing where guests have come through over the years, and since then, every president, for the most part, has relied on guests, and especially notable guests, where they can point to them at different parts in the speech and create those sort of moments, those sort of clippable ideas, if you will, that they can push out to the American public.
Thanks, JM. Rhonda, let's talk about what you're noticing in the chamber as we see these pictures.
It looks like a lot of good vibes, actually. Something we do not, those of us who cover Capitol Hill, rarely see. A lot of smiles. You know, I was speaking to Tom Suozzi earlier today. He is the newest elected member of Congress, the last person to be sworn in a few weeks ago. He said he's been struck by how people just feel there's a lot of depression here on Capitol Hill because they just haven't been able to do anything. People don't feel like any of their legislative agendas can get through. He was once a member of Congress and said he does see a distinct difference from years ago. But I am seeing the tone be quite jovial from what we're used to. Now, will it be this tomorrow or next week? I'm not sure, but it looks like a room full of members of Congress who kind of want to go back to kind of the old ways of this collegial attitude.
Rhonda, how good are you at lip reading? Because I want to know
what they're both saying. I'm not great at it. I'm not great at it, but it does show you there is capacity to talk to others across the aisle. But, you know, thinking about Biden and thinking about his frame of mind right now, remember, he is going to give this speech to a chamber where one chamber, the House of Representatives, has an open impeachment inquiry open into his family. They've had hearings on that recently. Hunter Biden, his son, was just here in a closed-door deposition. They have also, House Republicans have also tried to impeach the current secretary, Mayorkas. That's something that he is probably very aware of. This is a House GOP that is incredibly contentious when it comes to Joe Biden. So again, he's not coming into exactly friendly territory, but it is interesting to note so many smiles, so many pats on the back right now.
Yeah, and just think about where we were a couple years ago, Rhonda, in the height of the pandemic. And whenever I come to this building, I reflect on the attack on this very building, this very institution, and democracy on January 6th. So it is delightful to see collegiality.
And I will remark on that. There is an added layer of security here tonight, for sure. I know in the last few State of the Unions, security has been sort of a regular presence, of course. But tonight, you are seeing at every turn of this building, you are meeting an officer. I even saw a group of students who are helping assist officers tonight. There are barricades and fencing around the Capitol tonight.
Extensively around the Capitol.
And you have to remember the times we're living in right now. And there's President Biden and his wife, Jill Biden, on their way to this very building. But that is something that struck me when we got here earlier today, that the security level is very high. I would also think that that's because of the protests going on very near the White House right now in Lafayette Square over Gaza. The Capitol Police are very aware of the times we are living in. There's so much going on, and you are feeling that presence here tonight as well.
JM, it's a short distance from the White House to the United States Capitol building down Pennsylvania Avenue, but sometimes they're worlds away.
Yeah, I mean, this is it's a quick journey and it's a long journey all at once, right? We know that Biden has been working on this speech for days, but this is not his first rodeo, as they say, and Biden was someone who has been in the political arena for years. He himself gave a response to the State of the Union back in 1983. This is now going to be his third State of the Union, not counting obviously his first year, which was officially just an address to a joint session of Congress here. But we see him getting into the beast, as they call it here, and all these little kind of moments. I think what'll be interesting here in a few minutes, Libby, is when he arrives in the chamber and what is the reaction that Rhonda was just talking about, right? What is the reception he gets, and how much interacting does he do with members sitting on the aisle there? How much do members come over to talk to him, to shake hands? All of these things will kind of tell us little snippets of how things are going tonight and where the momentum, if you will, is.
Let's go to Jorge, who's outside the White House as we watch the motorcade depart. Jorge?
Yeah, Libby. So I think one thing that JM touched on a little bit is just not just the substance of what the president says tonight, but how he says it. Obviously, a lot of concerns have been made about his age and how he's be able to communicate. So I think just how he talks tonight. JM mentioned just, if they could have how he sounded and how he acted last year again, that would put, I think, a lot of Democrat lawmakers and Democrats at ease. So really paying attention to not just what he's saying, but how he's delivering this message is going to be a key component as the Biden team moves through the summer, the spring and the summer into the fall.
Rondo, we're watching two familiar faces there from the House, Democrats from the House.
Jamie
let's talk
Raskin
about what you're watching tonight in terms of the dynamics of this chamber.
Civility, decorum. We know we have covered times when speeches, you've heard people in the crowd, members in the crowd, interject. We remember the "You Lie" moment years ago with President Obama. We remember last year, Marjorie Taylor Greene spoke out. I do know that Speaker Johnson has asked his side to remain civil, do not do that. So we'll see if that holds. But again, and I've covered this extensively over the last year. This is a House that has had to deal with its own tangles, its own inter-party struggles in the Republican caucus. There have been shoves on Capitol Hill in the last year. There have been, terse words said, things that you just didn't think would happen in the Capitol. So this is a different set of people and set of dynamics that Joe Biden, even though he spent so many years here, would not have encountered. So he is coming into a chamber where it is a different world. How will Joe Biden bring, that classic politician to this speech, but also know that this is a new day in our politics? There are members of his party that do want him to be a bit more forceful, given that his political opponent in the general, Donald Trump, is incredibly forceful. So what type of Joe Biden are we going to see? And we've been talking about how big this speech is right now. Yes, it is big, but do remember we are months away from the general election, and one speech probably cannot accomplish everything for the Biden campaign in terms of being reelected. So, I'm interested in looking at how long this speech is too. We've talked about how last year was his longest. Is this going to be shorter and more to the point? What are we going to get from a president who is in both times as president, in difficult times internationally and domestically, but also as a candidate has, a real uphill battle because of his numbers?
James, we're hearing the speaker gavel in.
Yeah.
The joint session will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson.
So, James,
the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer.
By the Speaker of the House, let's talk about why the Speaker has asked his caucus to stay polite and civil. There's a political agenda here at play.
Yeah, they don't want, they want it to be civil. They don't want the story to be Joe Biden using the do-nothing Republican Congress as a foil. We'll see. It's like herding cats. It's really hard. You saw Marjorie Taylor Greene wearing a T-shirt on the floor a minute ago. Lauren Boebert told reporters as she walked into the chamber that she doesn't know whether she's going to have an outburst tonight because she's spontaneous like that. in her words. You are seeing the spirit of collegiality. We saw Debbie Dingell, the widow of John Dingell, the Dean of the House, who now represents Michigan herself, shaking hands with every senator from both sides of the aisle. She's sort of a fixture of the Washington scene. But you also saw James Lankford, who was the Republican who negotiated the border deal that Biden is going to talk about tonight. Republican from Oklahoma. He actually voted to overturn the 2020 election. He negotiated this immigration deal, and then conservatives basically turned on him and killed his deal. So I was really struck seeing Lankford talk to a bunch of the Democratic senators and the Democratic women in white. And then it's funny that Nancy Pelosi is no longer the speaker. She's now Speaker Emerita, but she's still there chit-chatting with Chuck Schumer, the Democratic Majority Leader in the Senate. And it's a testament to how much, she's obviously sat where Mike Johnson is sitting in many previous years, but she is still a major player in the House, even though she's no longer in leadership.
We see the Joint Chiefs there. They're part of this delegation that comes in. Also, the secretaries will be here, and some Supreme Court justices may certainly be in attendance. JM, let's go to you next.
Yeah, Libby, this is something where there are certain seats in this that are assigned, right? So the Vice President, the Speaker of the House, obviously sit behind the President. You have some justices of the Supreme Court, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Diplomatic Corps are all in the well of the House there. So kind of the front row, our viewers can see on the screen there, closest to the dais. House members, it's sort of a free-for-all. There are members who stake out seats all day long and reserve it for hours. And there are members who, over the years, have been known to reserve seats right on the aisle, right where the president walks in, so that they can get some potential FaceTime with the president as they walk to the dais in from the chamber. We'll see that in just a few minutes here when President Biden arrives. And we saw that, as James was just talking about, with some of these members talking to the senators, greeting them as they came into the chamber.
The Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Rhonda, they're introducing the people who are coming in. We saw there a glimpse of Lauren Boebert, the one who apparently doesn't know if she will have self-control tonight. Let's talk about what it means to attend one of these speeches for the cabinet members, for the Supreme Court justices, and for the House and Senate overall.
This is just a part of American tradition. There is so much going on with Congress these days. The fact that we are now into the fifth attempt to fund the government, although this week there should be a bill going to the president where the government will be funded again for a short term. But there's so much tension, and this is a night where they kind of can go back to the old standards for at least a night. You do have all branches of government. This is always what's so fascinating about this and why there's a lot of security tonight. You have members from all branches of U.S. government in one place and in one room. That never happens other than tonight and an inauguration. So this is really, a part of American history. It's something that whatever the president says, there always is a line that people are going to remember, years from now from their State of the Union address. And, President Biden knows that. He has, of course, written, this is his fourth now, but he knows that this moment is particularly crucial, not only for the campaign, but for the times Americans are in. He's also, we haven't talked about this tonight, but he is going to touch on the economy. A lot of voters are saying, I can't afford bread, I can't afford milk, everything's going up, there's shrinkflation. He's going to address that too tonight. So we'll see if that does strike a tone and maybe turn the tide of how Americans are feeling and their perception of the economy. But again, it's one speech.
We're going to see the Supreme Court justices come in now. There's John Roberts, Chief Justice John Roberts. He has attended these speeches traditionally. It's been a mixed bag as far as who comes besides him. I do see Sonia Sotomayor, who has not been in attendance in recent years. Elena Kagan there. Of course, we see Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh.
We don't see Clarence Thomas unless he is
Clarence Thomas
behind.
Doesn't come. Justice Alito doesn't come anymore. But we did see Ketanji Brown Jackson, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson there as well. This is a moment where they want to show that they are really apolitical, but taking part in this ceremonial endeavor, Rhonda.
That's right, and this is also Supreme Court that is also very aware of their own public perception. They have had so many high-profile cases that we've been talking about just in the last few weeks. So this, again, is a part of that dynamic showing us what type of politics we're now experiencing. They have just decided this week to keep the opponent of President Biden on the ballot in Colorado. They are expected to take up more arguments related to the election. So again, just their presence reminds you of how basically our whole system right now is engaged somehow in the next election.
James, we've also seen retired justices show up.
Yeah, there's Anthony Kennedy right in the shot behind Justice Jackson. Justice Kavanaugh holds his seat. Kavanaugh actually clerked for him. So did Gorsuch. And that's their prerogative. There are also former members there. George Santos is actually in the House, even though he was expelled from Congress a few months ago. There's reporting that he had drinks with some of the New York Democratic members, including his antagonists. So it brings out all types, the pageantry, and a desire to hear what's going to happen.
Amy Coney Barrett was there last year. She's not there this year. James, why is it important to you that the justices attend?
It shows that this is all three branches of government coming together. That our differences are smaller than what unites us. That there is a reverence for the institution, even though the court is going to strike down things that the president is doing or the Congress is doing. That this is a moment where this is one of the very few moments left where there's really the entire civic culture coming together. And it is meaningful to project that to the world amid everything else this is going on. Sweden joined NATO today, and you'll hear the president give a shout out to the prime minister of Sweden. And so this is, it's a reflection of that, of the U.S. projection to the world.
JM?
Yeah, Libby, I think it's also important to note here as we see Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson there talking with Representative Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas, who, by the way, we were talking a moment ago about those members who stake out seats on the aisle, and Jackson Lee is one of those who, for decades, there are moments of her throughout all these State of the Unions getting words in with presidents, so that's an interesting scene there. But I think it's important to note here, Libby, as well, that one of the reasons we're getting all of these shots is because the rules for cameras in the chamber are different when there's a joint session of Congress like this. Normally, the House of Representatives controls the feed, and that's sort of the static thing that our viewers might be used to seeing on a C-SPAN, for example. But when there's a joint session of Congress, we get all these different camera views in, and it's really just a great sense of who's talking to whom, especially for House watchers, because you can kind of tell sometimes when, especially during votes, when deals are being made, when certain members are being pressured to maybe change their vote or vote a certain way. One other thing I wanted to point out, Libby, is that Biden's State of the Union address last year had the second lowest ratings for any State of the Union address since 1993. And that'll be interesting to see what the White House does here, because they've put so much weight on this address as sort of this launching pad moment for Biden and for the Biden reelection campaign. What do they do to kind of translate this if the eyeballs are not there, for example, tonight, Libby? What do they do to translate that into kind of moments for them? That's something that we'll be watching kind of after the speech is finished here.
Thank you, JM. JM and James, if you could see where Rhonda and I are right now, you would see scores of photographers behind us because their cameras are perched on the doors of the House chamber right next to us because President Biden is in the building. We know he will come around the corner in a few moments. You can see there a little bit of the scrum as everyone waits to catch a glimpse of the president as he goes into the House chamber on this really historic night. Rhonda, it's a night that is part of our annual tradition now in America, but there's so much on the line tonight because President Biden running for re-election. We now know his opponent will be Donald Trump, and the Biden team is really looking at this as a way to get eyeballs, get focus, and really try to launch into the next 8 months of the campaign season, even as they do the normal presidential things they do. It's hard to describe just how packed it is in there. I mean, you can get a sense of it, but all the seats in the galleries, all those upper areas are full of guests, and it's very tight quarters. Tell us more, Rhonda, about the guests who will be in attendance tonight.
Well, in the First Lady's box, you actually see sort of that sense of urgency that the White House has in making sure tonight is about setting his agenda moving forward, focusing on what they believe is important. You have the Prime Minister, actually, of Switzerland, Sweden, I'm sorry, who is there, who joined NATO, yes, earlier today. He's there. You also have people who are affected by the Maui fire. That might be something a lot of Americans forgot about. There's also people who are involved in the Voting Rights Act as well. It's kind of running the gamut. You have the president of UAW showing Biden's strength with the unions this year.
And his hope to keep appealing to them,
exactly,
because there are a lot of union
exactly.
members who are pro-Trump. So
right.
this is a bloc that they really want on their side.
Right, right. You have Maria Shriver, who many people know her, but she is a journalist and a woman who has been working on women's health issues with the First Lady. She's also there. So you feel like they wanted to check a lot of boxes tonight just by looking at the list of guests.
I just want to point out we see Joe Manchin and Mitt Romney.
Two senators who are leaving after, so this is their last, most likely, State of the Union address.
And those two senators who are seen to cross over the aisle, who are considered to be moderates in their party, sometimes infuriating their party, but still talking to the other side. And that's a group of leaders and lawmakers, Rhonda, whose time may be coming to an end right now.
That's right. It also shows you, because there has been a range of Republican members especially who have decided not to seek re-election in the House. It's called the casualty list, people who are leaving or seeking other office. And that list has grown this year. So that does show you that there is a sense here, too, that it is hard to get business done in this current political climate. I do want to let people at home know that this is the part of the night where there is sort of a hush right now in Capitol Hill. Earlier in our show, it was kind of loud and rowdy where we are standing, but right now everybody is waiting for the entrance of Joe Biden, and it is very quiet in here, or quieter than it was a few moments ago.
JM, we've had this looming government shutdown question. It feels like Groundhog Day all over again. Where is that process at right now?
Yeah, Libby, it's remarkable that this is coming amid two potential partial government shutdowns this month. Now, it does seem like the Senate is going to stave off one part of that. Tomorrow, they're expected to vote on that. But it's really remarkable because last year was one of the least productive years in congressional history in terms of legislation passed. So one thing that Rhonda mentioned earlier, and I think we just need to re-emphasize here, is how much does Biden point to Congress? Does Biden lay the blame for things like immigration at the feet of congressional Republicans? Because this is something that we saw, as the Biden campaign talks about how this is, in some ways, even though this is a inherently policy speech or thought to be, that this is also sort of a launching pad for the 2024 campaign, a reset for the Biden campaign. And talking about a do-nothing Congress, if you will, was a successful campaign strategy for Harry Truman about 70 plus years ago in his reelection, and there have been some parallels drawn to the dynamics that Truman faced that year and what Biden is facing this year. So it'll be interesting in this speech tonight, Libby, how much Biden talks specifically about congressional inaction on these things and brings up the fact that we are still talking about funding for the previous fiscal year, and we're only about 6 months away from the funding deadline for the current fiscal year.
Thanks so much, JM. James, let's talk about what people are wearing, how they are choosing to make their opinions and priorities known through both their dress, through their buttons and pins, and through their guests, James.
Yeah, so the white ribbons, we talked about the white that the Democratic women are wearing. That's for reproductive freedom and abortion rights, IVF. The white ribbons that the Republican members are wearing are in honor of Laken Riley. She is the young woman from Georgia who was murdered allegedly by someone in this country illegally. And Donald Trump has made that a major issue. And you also see members of both parties wearing, you see Jerry Connolly there wearing a sticker that says 153 on it. He represents Northern Virginia. 153 is the number of days since the hostages were taken by Hamas on October 7th. And you can see Doug Emhoff, the second gentleman, entering the chamber there. A few minutes behind the schedule. I think that there might have been some holdup with people getting over because of protests that were blocking Pennsylvania Avenue and Constitution Avenue, but they're in the building now. That's the second gentleman waving at his wife. She's laughing. So people do use this. Troy Nehls, a Republican congressman from Texas, he's wearing a T-shirt with Donald Trump's mugshot on it. And it says "Never Surrender," and it's kind of this is the kind of thing that 25 years ago wouldn't have happened. It is the chamber has become a lot more colorful in that way, in some ways more parliamentary than the traditional decorum of the Capitol.
And Nehls is also interesting because Nehls was someone a couple years ago who pulled Biden aside as he was walking out of the chamber, talking about how he wanted to work with Joe Biden, and now he's become one of the most outspoken critics of the president. So this just tells you how some of these dynamics.
What's funny is there are odd couples. Joe Wilson, who famously yelled, "You lie" at Obama. He's now working with the Biden administration closely to try to get money for Ukraine, which is one of his big priorities. So it's funny how the tables can turn as you see the First Lady Jill Biden come in and the room kind of politely applaud.
Rhonda, the First Lady's guests are very significant. You can see some of them flanking her right now. And the White House has chosen people who represent a range of issues, from IVF and fertility, a real issue right now, given the ruling in Alabama. A plumber in Milwaukee who's been able to replace lead pipes and expand his business, looking at the priorities there. The President's cabinet is coming in. Also looking at some of the other spending priorities that the administration has succeeded with. A Native American tribal leader who's worked with the administration to modernize infrastructure on tribal lands. So they're really trying to reflect both what they view as their accomplishments in passing legislation, but also priorities. As we see the cabinet come in, we'll be watching to see who might be left behind. James, talk to us.
I will. We're still waiting to know officially who the so-called designated survivor is. But what's striking is no Merrick Garland. That might be by choice. Merrick Garland appointed a special counsel who's prosecuting not just the former president, but also the current president's son. A lot of frustration at the White House with Merrick Garland. So as you look at the cabinet, they're coming in order based on when their cabinet agency was created. So Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, was the first to come in because the State Department's the oldest department. Janet Yellen, the Secretary of Treasury, followed by Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense, who was
I didn't see Merrick Garland.
But no Merrick Garland.
Yep, we did see Deb Haaland, Rhonda. Let's go to you, Rhonda, for more on what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's a cabinet, but this is so interesting to me because a few of them have been here on Capitol Hill having to testify, and that's usual, right? But there has been a sense that House Republicans did want to target the cabinet. Just last week, Lloyd Austin was here in a hearing because he did not let the president know or Congress know when he was in the hospital for treatment in January. He was testifying about that. I've mentioned, too, how Mayorkas, who we are now seeing, has been successfully impeached in the House. However, we're waiting to see if that will be picked up by the Senate in a Senate trial. I actually asked an aide that earlier today if there is any timing yet to know if that is going to go over to the Senate. And she just said they're waiting on the Senate. But this is a cabinet that, not only is the president been in the sights of his opposing party in this chamber, so has his cabinet. So that also is another interesting dynamic here in this room.
Yeah, a little awkward there, Rhonda, when you think about that. And specifically, James, we're also seeing a variety of other secretaries, ranging from the Secretary of Energy to the Secretary of Transportation, faces that people may know from their past politics, like Jennifer Granholm and Pete Buttigieg. What else are you? There's Merrick Garland. We saw him right there.
Exactly. Yep. So we saw Merrick Garland.
We also saw Lloyd Austin.
in a sea of black and blue suits, Gina Raimondo, the Secretary of Commerce, who was the designated survivor 2 years ago, and Marcia Fudge, the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, both wearing green. This is an unusually late in the year State of the Union, so we're only 10 days out from St. Patrick's Day, so maybe a little early nod to that.
James, I'm doing a checklist to see who the designated survivor might be at this point. Has anybody seen Javier Becerra? That's,
yes, I saw Becerra.
Okay,
I saw Becerra.
Well, there you go.
We're trying to figure it out.
All right. So that's important, though. Tell us, James, why the designated survivor is such a big deal.
It dates to the Cold War. You know, you have the entire government. You want continuity of government in case anything happens. And so you always want one person to stay behind just in case. It is a longstanding practice. Last year it was Marty Walsh, the labor secretary, who didn't come, but he had already announced his intention to lead the administration. So it wasn't a big loss. It was Raimondo the year before last. And then for Biden's first speech to Congress, there were no members of the cabinet because of COVID. So we're trying to figure out which one's missing.
Has anyone seen the EPA administrator, Michael Regan?
I have not. I haven't seen Marcia Fudge either.
I saw her.
I saw Marcia
Did you
Fudge,
see? Okay.
and we see Julie Su, the acting labor secretary.
It's almost a game, you know, spot the cabinet members.
The speech will start in just a few minutes. The First Lady is there. We are waiting for the President of the United States to come in, and the photographers who are gathered behind Rhonda and me are still waiting eagerly to try to catch that image. The President of the United States entering, you can see right there. We are based in Statuary Hall with our crew, and we got to see earlier the senators process through Statuary Hall, led by the Vice President Kamala Harris. JM, it is such a classic image that we always see. The Vice President, the Speaker of the House, flanking the President of the United States. What will you be watching for in terms of body language from them tonight?
Yeah, Libby, as our colleague Paul Kane pointed out earlier in the broadcast, Kevin McCarthy was in some ways overly stoic last year flanking President Biden. Some of our viewers might remember a few years before that, Boehner's kind of, at times odd or Boehner-like facial expressions behind the president. There have been times when, last year, then Speaker McCarthy kind of had to hush some of his members or tell them to tone it down when they were kind of interrupting the president. That's, how much those interruptions or sort of exchanges come into play. Our viewers might remember Biden sort of on his feet last year created that moment when some members on the Republican side interrupted him, and at one point he just said, "I like conversation." And that in and of itself became one of the key moments of the night, if you will, not any specific policy proposal, but that sort of exchange, his ability to sort of work on his feet there. One thing I'll quickly mention on the cabinet secretaries, we saw Julie Su come in dressed all in blue. She's been acting for the last year because of a holdup in the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Down that aisle and be greeted by members of the House who are flanking the aisle, also senators and, of course, cabinet members. James, squeeze in for us who the designated survivor is. Answer the trivia question of the night, and then also reflect on what you're seeing from the president here.
The Education Secretary, Miguel Cardona, is the only cabinet secretary who is not in the chamber. A White House official confirms. Everyone else we've seen is president accounted for. Cardona, a close ally of Jill Biden, former Connecticut Education Secretary, staying behind tonight in case anything happens.
So, what are you watching here, James, as we see the president? He's only made it about, what would you say, Rhonda, 3 feet inside maybe 10 feet inside.
What I'm watching for, that's Tim Blanchard, one of the people who voted to remove Kevin McCarthy, actually. I'm watching to see whether Joe Biden makes a case for himself or if he makes a case for his worldview. He is obviously, he's probably not going to mention Donald Trump by name. He'll allude to him, he'll refer to him. But ultimately, if the president wants to change the trajectory of the election, a campaign that he is currently losing, he will need to convince the American people that this election is not really about him versus Donald Trump. that it's about something bigger. And this is one of the few circumstances and situations where you can really reach people who may not otherwise listen to you. It may not, be a huge audience of persuadable voters, but there's millions and millions of Americans who are what the pollsters call double doubters, which is they don't really like Joe Biden, and they also don't really like Donald Trump. And Joe Biden needs to convince them, in many cases they voted for him in 2020, to vote for him again in 2024. I expect that Republicans are actually going to be on pretty good behavior. Mike Johnson has told them to be. Even Matt Gaetz, I've just heard from a source, is telling Republicans, keep it cool, don't do anything that gives Biden a moment where he can use you as a foil. And it's because they want to sort of deny him that opportunity to rise to the occasion. But the statecraft, the pageantry, Joe Biden really has an opportunity tonight to make a case for Bidenism, but also for international engagement, a case against protectionism and isolationism and nativism, if he chooses to do it. We'll see if he rises to that moment.
Rhonda.
I'm just waiting because Biden was shaking everyone's hand. Marjorie Taylor Greene was on the side there. She's wearing the Make America Great Again hat. And I thought at one point he might shake her hand. He's passing by her right now in the red.
You can see the Biden
she's one of the fiercest,
of course,
supporters of the former president. And I don't see that they are engaging right now. But again, that shows you the dynamics we've been talking about. This is a somewhat more hostile House than she is mouthing something to him. I don't know what it is. But it appears other people are tapping him and he's moving on. Perhaps we might get a readout at some point late tonight or tomorrow as to what they might have said. But this is Joe Biden. Some presidents have, just shaken hands every 5 people. Joe Biden is the type to shake everyone's hand. And this is where the White House says he is most comfortable with.
Rhonda, I noticed Steve Scalise right there, notable, of course, because of the cancer treatments he's been undergoing. He could have become the Speaker of the House.
He could have, yeah. He could have. He was in the running.
Did not make that cut in sort of the chaotic rise of Speaker Mike Johnson. You can see Al Green there taking a photograph, doing a selfie with the president. JM, let's talk about this aisle position and what it means to members to be able to snag that moment.
Yeah, these members have staked out these seats for hours. We just saw Terry Sewell, Democrat from Alabama, taking a selfie with the president. We see Senator Martin Heinrich from New Mexico there. Earlier, we saw Democrat Sanford Bishop, who's the dean of the Georgia House delegation after the passing of former Congressman John Lewis. And now we see this exchange with Senator Joe Manchin, who has at times been sort of best of frenemies, if you will, with the president, right? And Kirsten Gillibrand there from New York, and flanked there by one of Biden's closest allies, Chris Coons, Democratic senator from Delaware. A lot of selfies coming down the aisle, Libby. I feel like we see this a lot on the exit, but this is a lot coming into the chamber. This is a very long procession into the chamber here for the president.
Yeah, they do know he has a speech to give, right? Because they can actually just tune into the Washington Post and they can see themselves on air right now. I'm going to talk to Rhonda in a moment about Senator Chris Coons, who she talked to earlier. But James, I want you to reflect on the way that Joe Biden handled Joe Manchin, because there was a lot of fury about Joe Manchin getting in the way of legislation progressing earlier in the Biden administration. But instead of punching him and really scolding him publicly, Joe Biden took a different tactic. What do you know about the president and how he operates that way?
Well, it's interesting because there is tension within the administration. And indeed, when Biden first came in, Kamala Harris gave TV interviews to West Virginia stations. She even wrote an op-ed in a West Virginia newspaper that said Manchin needs to vote for the American Rescue Plan. Joe Manchin is still incensed about that. He still complains about it to people as recently as last week. And so, but Biden himself has sort of a rapport and a relationship that's a lot better with Manchin than, say, the chief of staff for others. And Democrats were angry at Manchin. The crowd is chanting 4 more years there, but Democrats are angry at Manchin, but now Republicans are certain to pick up his Senate seat as he doesn't run for re-election. And they have 51 seats right now, so that takes them down to 50-50 just as the baseline. So they'll certainly miss Manchin when he's gone.
We can see the Supreme Court, who holds so much power, Rhonda, as they decide the fate of Donald Trump's electability, his qualifications for sitting in court and that could ultimately decide whether or not he wins the presidency. We did see the president speaking with Ketanji Brown Jackson, first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court, his nominee.
And that was a part of his promise to black voters, that he would place the first black woman on the Supreme Court, something he did follow through with. I just want to point out that we're all looking to see if Joe Biden is going to have any energy in this speech. If he doesn't bring the energy, I believe the House Democrats and Senate Democrats, but mainly the House Democrats, will give him some of that energy. They, throughout this entire time in the 118th Congress, have been in lockstep with each other, which has been the split screen when we've seen the tensions boil over on the House Republican side, and they do want to show a unified front. I've mentioned before that almost all of the guests that a lot of the Democrats are bringing are related to the reproductive rights issue. They really want to underscore that as something that they believe they need the chance to govern. In those down ballot races in November, they need their chance to govern and restore some of those rights again. And he will likely focus on that as well in his speech.
What did Senator Coons, a top ally of President Biden, tell you earlier today?
I asked him, why isn't Biden's message resonating with a lot of Americans? Biden has had some legislative achievements early on. Of course, there were some tangles. We all remember Build Back Better and some of the things he wanted to get passed through early, but there were some achievements that the White House says just haven't been felt by the American people. Chris Coons said he's just got to be He's got to be out there bragging about it, because he is also up against an opponent who has no problem speaking about himself. So that is what Democrats want to see more of the president do. Talk about the achievements, but they also know he's got to handle the border. He's got to handle reproductive rights and talk about those kitchen table issues as well.
Stay with the Washington Post. We'll have live coverage after the president speaks at this State of the Union. We'll be checking in with one of our colleagues who's actually in that chamber tonight, watching and witnessing it. Rhonda, there's a lot of energy in that room tonight.
A lot for a long day and a long week, trying to keep the government open again for the 5th time. They've all been here for a long time today, but they seem to have a lot of energy right now and really want to hear this speech.
The president looking up for his wife, the First Lady, a reminder that she is surrounded by people who are there with meaning and purpose to represent priorities, goals, and successes of this White House.
Good evening. Good evening. If I were smart, I'd go home now. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans, in January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation, and he said, "I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe. President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time. Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world. Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either. Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas at the very same time. Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond. If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not. But Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin if we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons that it needs to defend itself. That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers at war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now, my predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable. America is a founding member of NATO, the military alliance of democratic nations, created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this morning, Sweden officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. Can they stand up? Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away. We will not bow down. I will not bow down. In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you are here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes the insurrectionists were not patriots. They'd come to stop the peaceful transfer of power, to overturn the will of the people. January 6th lies about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood. America stood strong, and democracy prevailed. We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win. As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you, without regard to party, to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office of defending against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections, restore trust in our institutions, and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF. She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to AVF. Guarantee it nationwide. Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more. Thank you. My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that. Clearly. Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive freedom was on the ballot. We won in 2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024. If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again. Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind? A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care.
I think that's unforgivable. I came to office determined to get us through one of the toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news in 1,000 cities and towns. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told. So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now. America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down, investing in all America, in all Americans, to make sure everyone has a fair shot, and we leave no one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does. That's what America does. Folks, my inherited economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in just 3 years, a record, a record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years. Wages keep going up, inflation keeps coming down. Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong. And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my predecessor, including some Democrats as well in the past, failed to buy American. Not anymore. On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree. In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment in clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America. And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead pipes so every child can drink clean water without risk of brain damage. Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states. Record investments in tribal communities. Because of my investment in family farms, because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know, we're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, a new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs in the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you? Stand up. And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class. I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going. That's America. That's you, the American people. It's because of you America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter. It's because of you that tonight we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger. Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together. A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than every one of your states in the state of the United States combined. And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor are way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing. Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it. With the law that I proposed and signed, not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion. Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys. And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone. Folks, I'm going to get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get an Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, well, even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug, same place. Folks, the Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare, it's still a very big deal. Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. But my predecessor, and many in this chamber, want to take this prescription drug away by repealing the Affordable Care Act. I'm not going to let that happen. We stopped you 50 times before, and we'll stop you again. In fact, I'm not only protecting it, I'm expanding it. They enacted tax credits of $800 per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent. To state the obvious, women are more than half our population. But research on women's health has always been underfunded. That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill, doing an incredible job as First Lady. We'll pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down, to put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space. Just for 2 years. And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents. We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down. To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world. And I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year, that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is. I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry, I think, well, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them, as vice president, I met with over 182 of those folks. Don't hold me to the exact number. And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them, and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore. Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality tutoring and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade. I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get hands-on experience and a path to a good-paying job, whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college is more affordable. Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record investments in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. And I was told I couldn't universally just change the way in which we dealt with student loans. I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters, and others in public service. Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you? Keenan, thank you. He's educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look, such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise. And by the way, the first couple of years, we cut the deficit. Now, let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans. I've been delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways. We've already cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal to cut another $1 trillion in the next decade. It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion by making big corporations and very wealthy finally beginning to pay their fair share. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes. A fair tax code is how we invest things that make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much more. But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut, overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay an additional penny in federal taxes. Nobody, not one penny. And they haven't yet. In fact, the child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half. Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country. The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share. Remember in 2020, 55 of the biggest companies in America made $40 billion and paid zero in federal income tax. Zero. Not anymore. Thanks to the law I wrote and we signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%. So every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share. I also want to end tax breaks for big pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million that can be deducted. They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million. End it now. You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is for those billionaires? No. They're making great sacrifices, 8.2%. That's far less than the vast majority of Americans pay. No billionaire should pay a lower federal tax rate than a teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse. I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%, just 25%. You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. And imagine what that could do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care. Millions of families can get what they need to go to work to help grow the economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family member. Imagine the future of home care and elder care, and people living with disabilities so they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they deserve. Tonight, let's all agree once again to stand up for seniors. Many of my friends on the other side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you. The The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh no, you guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share. Look, too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations engaged in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it. You probably all saw that commercial on Snickers bars. You get charged the same amount, and you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more, a hell of a lot, like $8 and 30-some dollars. They don't like it. The credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating. Folks at home, that's why the banks are so mad. It's $20 billion in profit. I'm not stopping there. My administration has proposed rules to make cable, travel, utilities, and online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front so there are no surprises. It matters. It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300 more asylum officers, and new policies so they can resolve cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now. What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children. This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for a majority in the House and Senate would endorse the bill as well, a majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress and the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win, he viewed it as a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him, it's not about me. I'd be a winner, not really. Lincoln Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of the thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way, knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends owe it to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now. And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together. But that's what here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country. I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, and so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, whose ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely. Some came in chains. Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution, to chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all Americans. Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it. Send me the border bill now. A transformational moment in history happened 59 years ago today in Selma, Alabama. Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead. Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him. But joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma. The daughter of gospel singers and preachers, she sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But 59 years later, there are forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis is a great friend to many of us here, but if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk. Pass the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Right Act. And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back. Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights. Raise the federal minimum wage, because every worker has a right to a decent living more than $7 an hour. We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't. I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs, like the IBEW work is building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice, fence-line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And patterned after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade. To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. Year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up. The biggest increase in history. It was then, through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted against, I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust, as I've been doing by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land. Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or have it on their record. Take on crimes of domestic violence. I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America. There are other kinds of violence I want to stop. With us tonight is Jasmine, whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered with 21 classmates and teachers in an elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. the constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president. Oof. After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks. None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th with a massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust, and 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also we will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th. But Israel has Israel has an added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards, under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza. This war has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released, to get the hostages home and ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters. No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day. And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. And they're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. To the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority. As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy. There is no other path that guarantees Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel. For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills, but there's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online. Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't. That's why the song Support and Help of Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home, but we owe them and their families support. We owe it to ourselves to keep supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H. And remind us that we can do big things, like end cancer as we know it, and we will. Let me close with this. Yay. I know you don't want to hear any more, Lindsay, but I got to say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while. When you get to be my age, certain things become clearer than ever. I know the American story. Again and again, I've seen the contest between competing forces in the battle for the soul of our nation, between those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to respect everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor. Now, other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution, that's not me. I was born amid World War II, when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working-class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm and became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard after Dr. King was assassinated because of the riots. And I became a county councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29. Then vice president of our first black president. Now president to the first women vice president. In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke. And I've been told I'm too old. Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal and deserve to be treated equally throughout our lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, but we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic. I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy. My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done. Tonight you've heard mine. I see a future where defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away. I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot and the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence. Above all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans. And I will always be president for all Americans because I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now. So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are. We are the United States of America. And there is nothing beyond our capacity when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
President Biden wrapping up his speech. It was over an hour, Rhonda, but it was punchy, it was tight, and the president was making a clear message about what he believes his accomplishments have been over the first term and his ambitions for what he hopes will be a second term. Repeatedly talking about my predecessor, his predecessor, Donald Trump, not mentioning him by name, but trying to create a stark difference from what he called old ideas of hate, anger, revenge, retribution, and his ideas of an optimistic America. Rhonda, he talked about domestic issues, foreign issues, and said the story of the economy and its recovery is the greatest comeback story never told. What stands out to you?
You know, toward the end stood out to me because he leaned into what right now is his biggest vulnerability, and that's his age. You know, we're hearing that from voters saying they're concerned about his mental abilities. They're concerned about how long he's been around. They want a fresh face. They're not enthusiastic about Trump either, but right now we saw Trump lean into that age issue. He talked about, yeah, I might be old, but old ideas are what will harm America. He said that, as you said, old ideas are going back to take us back to hate and retribution, and we need to move forward. So it was really a rousing end. He hit all the notes that we somewhat previewed in the beginning of our program. He went through just a laundry list of all the things that he feels he accomplished, the infrastructure bill, bringing prescription drug prices down. He also spent a fair amount of time talking about Ukraine at the very top of his speech, and then toward the end began to talk about Israel and ceasefire. So he did, this was a lengthy speech, of course. We were kind of predicting that as well, but he did kind of check all those boxes that he said he would.
Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's live outside the White House. Jorge, talk to us about this speech tonight.
Yeah, Libby, so what was interesting to me was just hearing Biden talk. I mean, he had this very feisty tone, really, and some of his interactions back and forth with Republicans was noticeable. I mean, talking about when he brought up Social Security and with them, and he kind of went this back and forth. Also notable was during his talk about the immigration bill, right? He referenced the bill, the bipartisan bill. You saw Senator Langford kind of nodding along as Biden was talking about the bill and the measures that were in the bill. And the back and forth discussion with them, and you had Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who had been wearing a Say Her Name shirt and had a button of Laken Riley, the young college student who was killed in Georgia by someone here who's in the country illegally, and she was shouting, "Say her name," and President Biden picked up a button and said her name, and that was totally off the cuff, and just kind of went through like how his speech was throughout the entire night. I mean, he seemed the most energetic, and Biden at his best is when he's doing that, when he's kind of speaking off the cuff. You saw him name check Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham at the end as the speech was wrapping up. And when he is in that moment, he doesn't appear like the doddering old man that the Republicans have tried to portray him throughout this early part of the primary season. And so that's kind of setting, it sets a very low bar for Biden to come across. And he did. He came across energetic, fierce at times, lively. And so that's something that moving forward, I think that if there was Democrats or people who were on the fence worried about how he appeared, he achieved that tonight.
Thanks so much, Jorge. James Hohmann, let's go to you for this arc that the president created, starting with foreign policy, an area he is very strong on, talking about January 6th and then weaving in his goals and what he believes his accomplishments are for the middle class of America. Your takeaways, James.
Yeah, Libby, he was amped up to a 10. He came in looking for a fight. He got it. He got the provocations that he wanted and used the congressional Republicans as the foil he had hoped for. I was really struck by how aggressive he came out swinging at Donald Trump and attacking, he never used his name, but his predecessor, he called him repeatedly. He even criticized the Supreme Court with the justices sitting right there for the ACA. He really seems to be trying to channel Harry Truman, give him hell. That was the way Truman came back in 1948 when he trailed. And at the end, you heard him reintroducing himself to the American people, explaining sort of his background, because people do forget. He's been around for more than half a century, and he's trying to highlight his age as an advantage. He ended on sort of a high note in a speech that obviously had a lot of box checking. You could really hear the heavy influence of John Meacham, the presidential historian who was with Biden over the weekend, has been helping with the speech. A lot of the historical allusions, a lot of the references just were kind of signature Meacham. And I was surprised that he saved Gaza for so late in the speech. But you could see the division in his, in his own base, where you had Ilhan Omar and Cori Bush holding signs saying, lasting ceasefire. And that is a reflection of this division that exists within the Democratic Party. In some ways, it feels like tonight's speech is a campaign speech and almost a preview of what we might see at the Chicago convention, where Democrats will meet this summer to nominate Biden, because there is this division, but there is sort of Democrats coming together because they're united by their shared dislike of Donald Trump.
Jan, let's bring you into the conversation. One of the people Joe Biden's talking to right now just was Adam Schiff, who came out on top of that Senate primary in California. Now, he still has another race to go, but he's looking in very good shape to become the next senator from California. Talk to us about the politics of the night, JM.
Yeah, Libby, this speech was very much about both the past and the future, where the country was, where the country is going in the president's eyes. We heard him walk through the pandemic. We heard him walk through January 6th. We heard him call for action on Israel, Ukraine, the border. He referred to his quote-unquote predecessor more than a dozen times. That was intentional. He's referring to a figure in Donald Trump in the past. These are very specific choices by Biden. We heard him engage. It was with the Republicans and with the Democrats in the room. This is one of the rowdiest, if you will, State of the Unions that I can remember, in terms of both some of the chants on the Democratic side and some of the interactions on the Republican side. We also had at least one member, or one guest in the gallery who was escorted out by security, according to our reporters in the chamber. And this was something where Biden very much wanted to it seemed like he sort of wanted to recreate that interaction moment from 2023 when he engaged with Republicans on cuts to Social Security. This time around, he engaged with them on Ukraine, he engaged with them on taxes, he engaged with them on the border. And it was especially notable, I think, how he closed the speech with a little bit of humor about the age, addressing the elephant in the room. This, in some ways, Libby, almost took sort of the shape of a campaign speech in some ways. Some of the dynamics in the room, some of the things that he talked about. And this was, we shouldn't necessarily be surprised by that. This is what the White House sort of previewed in a sense. But it was striking how much in, the references to the predecessor, the references to some of these other campaign issues, that Biden really touched on those.
Rhonda Colvin, let's go to you.
I'm here with Representative Connolly. Representative Connolly, the president is of your party. Did you think he did a good job tonight? And also, when his performance comes to how it'll affect down ballot races, how do you think he presented the Democratic cause right now?
I saw a president in real strong fighting trim. I mean, he didn't hold anything back. It was like he was raring to go and had been this stuff had been pent up for months. And he let it out in a forceful and vigorous way and an effective way. I think it was a very reassuring presentation tonight for Democrats across the country. And I think he's ready and quite able to lead the party to victory in November.
It's months away from November. Does this type of speech have any staying power, or is it going to be short-lived?
I think all State of the Union addresses have short-term bump-ups, but they're not sustainable. And so, yeah, the underlying subtext has to be strong, has to be consistent, has to be persuasive and has to be repeated if this is going to have any kind of lasting effect.
And is there anything you don't think he spent much time on, or you wish he would have spent more time on?
You know, State of the Union covers a lot of territory. So he covered foreign policy, he covered the most recent issue with the IVF ruling in Alabama. He took the fight about Dobbs to the Republicans. He took the border security issue to the Republicans. So I think he kind of covered the waterfront. There's nothing I would say, well, gee, let that out. And I thought, again, he was forceful and effective in all respects.
Representative Connolly, thank you for stopping by. Have a good night.
Bottom
Thanks so
line,
much,
he did
Rhonda.
what he had to do.
Thanks so much, Rhonda. James, let's talk more about how Democrats are happy with this speech tonight.
Wanted to see Joe Biden in fighting shape, as the congressman just said. And you really saw Biden late in the speech frame the choice of 2024. The White House believes that if this election is a referendum on Joe Biden, they lose. If it is a choice between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, they win. So they want this election to be a referendum. They want it to be a choice. They want it to be, you know, the frame that you heard the president. This is democracy. This is American leadership in the world. This is fixing it versus fighting about it. That is the contrast that he wants to shape. And it's unusual, it's frankly unheard of for a president to go after his general election opponent this aggressively in a State of the Union. Typically, State of the Unions are earlier in the year, so you wouldn't know who the other party's nominee was going to be. We are in uncharted waters. We've never had a former president face off against a current president, so that sort of does give this impetus to Biden coming out swinging as hard as he is, because that's the choice he wants to frame up. They were sort of, in some ways, the Biden campaign eager for the Republican nomination to wrap up, because they actually thought that Nikki Haley sticking around made it harder for voters to sort of recognize that this election is going to be a rematch and a choice between Trump and Biden. The State of the Union really leaned into that theme and started to appeal to what we were talking about before the speech, those double doubters, the people who don't really like Biden or Trump, who feel politically homeless right now. Joe Biden was trying to reach them. I think he was trying to persuade them, trying to reintroduce himself at the end of that speech.
Thanks, James. JM, let's talk about the Republican reaction to all of this. I talked to one congressman, Brian Babin of Texas, who left the speech early after only about a half hour, JM. He and some other Republicans just walked out. I saw him in the halls here and asked him, why did you leave the speech? And are you concerned that it just creates more division? He told me, JM, that he thinks Biden brought the division and Biden went political. And so he decided to leave.
Yeah, Libby, we heard a few different exchanges. We know that Speaker Mike Johnson wanted, quote unquote, decorum from his members going into tonight, because there was a fear among Republicans that any sort of interaction, any sort of interruption would feed into both what Biden was trying to accomplish tonight and also into this narrative that Biden is more vigorous than some Republicans have said he is, talking about the age issue, and Republicans have alluded to his mental acuity. And I just also want to build off what James was just talking about in terms of Biden accomplishing, kind of setting up a choice for voters. This is what the Biden team wants to do. We heard him talk about how this was an unprecedented moment, how we will not walk away from our partners in Europe and in Ukraine. He talked about January 6th, how you, quote, can't love your country only when you win. He was setting these stark choices for voters, if you will, laying out where he views the Republican Party and where he views the Democratic Party, but then he brought it back at the end by saying, I quote unquote, I believe in America. So there was a unifying tone at the end there.
All right, thanks so much. Let's go to Rhonda with a guest.
Yes, I'm with Senator Amy Klobuchar. We were just speaking off camera there that Joe Biden is sticking around, and this is longer than usual.
Yeah, and it's kind of late. I think you saw just this incredibly strong speech, and it reminded me a little of last year when he got heckled, when he engaged. He seems to kind of go with the flow when this happens. It was a strong speech about the accomplishments, yes, but also it was future-oriented. It was about what he wants to do next, laying out some specific policy ideas, especially with regard to housing and costs and pharmaceutical prices and the like. But in the end, I just keep remembering the beginning, just that strong stand-up moment for democracy, for Ukraine, and really saying to those guys, are you with us or aren't you?
As expected, he spent a fair amount of time on the border bill, the bipartisan border bill that did not get passed and was blocked in the House. Do you think he changed minds? Because he is up against a very slim majority of Republicans in the House who don't seem to have any intentions right now to pass that bill. Do you think him mentioning it changed anybody's mind today?
You know, you have to ask them. I don't know where they are right now, but I thought that what he was appealing to there, honestly, is the American people. He was telling them this is supported by the conservative border guard union. This is a bill that was negotiated by a conservative Republican. This is a bill that would give him emergency powers to shut down the border. And he was saying to the American people, let's get this done. And so I think that's how you're going to see it. I don't think they're suddenly going to go tomorrow, okay, I'm changing my mind. But if people say to them, hey, we represent, why aren't you doing anything at all? Get the border bill passed.
All right, Senator, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
James, let's go to you to talk about what conflicts are coming up now, the border, the questions over Israel, the question over foreign aid, and then so much more, including even a government shutdown that's looming.
Yeah, you know, they bought a couple weeks on the government shutdown. The border bill is interesting because it does feel dead in the House, but there is this desperate need for money for Ukraine. They are literally running out of ammunition. The Pentagon is desperately looking for ways to divert existing resources to get them the money that they need. You saw Mike Johnson applauding a little bit for Ukraine, not standing. And so that is front and center. And there is some belief that potentially there could be a very unusual discharge petition where essentially enough Republicans join all the Democrats to force a Ukraine bill to the floor. Perhaps that could have some sort of border element. Some of the people involved want that to happen. I thought one of the more memorable moments of the night was James Lankford, the very conservative Republican senator from Oklahoma, nodding and saying that's true, as Biden was touting some of the kind of hardline, traditionally conservative things that the bill did on border security.
We are still seeing the president in that chamber, Rhonda. The Speaker of the House and the Vice President are still on the dais. It's like they're not going to leave the party to the lights, shut the place down. We are expecting the Republican response in just a few moments. Talk to us about Alabama's Katie Britt, who we'll be hearing from.
Yeah, Alabama's Senator Katie Britt. She is young. That is something that Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, and Mitch McConnell, the Republican leader in the Senate, said that they wanted to showcase in having her be the person to give the response. They wanted to show a split screen, basically, that this speech was given by someone who is basically double her age. They also said that she is the only Republican woman in the Senate right now who has school-age children, so she'll be able to talk from that perspective as well. We're expecting her to say that she believes his policies have failed. That's, of course, expected from a Republican response. But it is a part, having Katie Britt be the Republican response tonight is a symbol for the Republican Party. You'll remember last year it was Sarah Huckabee Sanders. It was also Senator Tim Scott. The Republican Party knows that they need to talk to folks at home and show that they are a party that is inclusive. Now, if you look at the numbers of registered Republicans, that doesn't always show up that they have minorities or women, but they want to project tonight that they do have people in their fold who are the future of their party, and we are expecting Senator Britt shortly to give this speech from Alabama.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating choice, though, because Alabama is wrestling with this question of IVF. It is the epicenter right now of fertility, of autonomy, of family planning decisions. And so even though Alabama is trying to sort of untangle the knot that the courts there have done, there are still clinics who say that the law that the state just passed does not go far enough in really clearing the way for IVF to go forward. So Democrats are also sort of interested in this choice of a senator. We will be watching to see Katie Britt, even as we see the president still making his way out of the House chamber. We'll be back after Senator Britt speaks, though, to give some analysis of that and talk more about some of the highlights of this speech and how it really is essentially a launch into this next phase of a general election presidential campaign. Joe Biden talking about his predecessor multiple times, as our guests have pointed out, trying to set up a difference between the past and the future. Now Republicans are turning to Senator Katie Britt to show what they think the future of the Senate and the Republican Party could look like and be like.
Good evening, America. My name is Katie Britt, and I have the honor of serving the people of the great state of Alabama in the United States Senate. However, that's not the job that matters most. I am a proud wife and mom of 2 school-aged kids. My daughter Bennett and my son Ridgway are why I ran for the Senate. I'm worried about their future and the future of children in every corner of our nation. And that's why I invited you into our home tonight. Like so many families across America, my husband Wesley and I just watched President Biden's State of the Union address from our living room. And what we saw was the performance of a permanent politician who has actually been in office for longer than I've been alive. One thing was quite clear, though. President Biden just doesn't get it. He's out of touch. Under his administration, families are worse off, our communities are less safe, and our country is less secure. I just wish he understood what real families are facing around kitchen tables just like this one. You know, this is where our family has tough conversations. It's where we make hard decisions. It's where we share the good, the bad, and the ugly of our days. It's where we laugh together, and it's where we hold each other's hands and pray for God's guidance. And many nights, to be honest, it's where Wesley and I worry. I know we're not alone. And so tonight, the American family needs to have a tough conversation, because the truth is, we're all worried about the future of our nation. The country we know and love seems to be slipping away, and it feels like the next generation will have fewer opportunities and less freedoms than we did. I worry my own children may not even get a shot at living their American dreams. My American dream allowed me, the daughter of 2 small business owners from rural Enterprise, Alabama, to be elected to the United States Senate at the age of 40. Growing up, sweeping the floor at my dad's hardware store and cleaning the bathroom at my mom's dance studio, I never could have imagined what my story would entail. To think about what the American dream can do across just one generation, in just one lifetime, it's truly breathtaking. But right now, the American dream has turned into a nightmare for so many families. The true, unvarnished state of our union begins and ends with this. Our families are hurting. Our country can do better. And you don't have to look any further than the crisis at our southern border to see it. President Biden inherited the most secure border of all time. But minutes after taking office, he suspended all deportations, he halted construction of the border wall, and he announced a plan to give amnesty to millions. We know that President Biden didn't just create this border crisis, he invited it with 94 executive actions in his first 100 days. When I took office, I took a different approach. I traveled to the Del Rio sector of Texas. That's where I spoke to a woman who shared her story with me. She had been sex trafficked by the cartels starting at the age of 12. She told me not just that she was raped every day, but how many times a day she was raped. The cartels put her on a mattress in a shoebox of a room, and they sent men through that door over and over again for hours and hours on end. We wouldn't be okay with this happening in a third world country. This is the United States of America, and it is past time, in my opinion, that we start acting like it. President Biden's border policies are a disgrace. This crisis is despicable. And the truth is, it is almost entirely preventable. From fentanyl poisonings to horrific murders, there are empty chairs tonight at kitchen tables just like this one because of President Biden's senseless border policies. Just think about Laken Riley. In my neighboring state of Georgia, this beautiful 22-year-old nursing student went out on a jog one morning, but she never got the opportunity to return home. She was brutally murdered by one of the millions of illegal border crossers President Biden chose to release into our homeland. Y'all, as a mom, I can't quit thinking about this. I mean, this could have been my daughter. This could have been yours. And tonight, President Biden finally said her name. But he refused to take responsibility for his own actions. Mr. President, enough is enough. Innocent Americans are dying, and you only have yourself to blame. Fulfill your oath of office, reverse your policies, end this crisis, and stop the suffering. Sadly, we know that President Biden's failures don't stop there. His reckless spending dug our economy into a hole and sent the cost of living through the roof. We have the worst inflation in 40 years and the highest credit card debt in our nation's history. Let that sink in. Hardworking families are struggling to make ends meet today. And with soaring mortgage rates and sky-high childcare costs, they're also struggling to how to plan for tomorrow. The American people are scraping by, while President Biden proudly proclaims that Bidenomics is working. Goodness, y'all, bless his heart, we know better. I'll never forget stopping at a gas station in Chilton County one evening. The gentleman working the counter told me that after retiring, he had to pick up a job in his 70s so that he didn't have to choose between going hungry or going without his medication. He said, I did everything right. I did everything I was told to do. I worked hard, I saved, I was responsible. He's not alone. I hear similar concerns from fellow parents, whether I am walking with my friends or whether I'm at my kids' games. But let's be honest, it's been a minute since Joe Biden pumped gas, ran a carpool, or even pushed a grocery cart. Meanwhile, the rest of us see our dollar and we know it doesn't go as far. We see it every day. And despite what he tells you, our communities are not safer. For years, the left has coddled criminals and defunded the police, all while letting repeat offenders walk free. The result is tragic, but foreseeable. From our small towns to America's most iconic city streets, life is getting more and more dangerous. And unfortunately, President Biden's weakness isn't just hurting families here at home. He is making us a punchline on the world stage. Look, where I'm from, your word is your bond. But for 3 years, the president has demonstrated that America's word doesn't mean what it used to. From abandoning our allies in his disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan to desperately pushing another dangerous deal with Iran. President Biden has failed. We've become a nation in retreat, and the enemies of freedom, they see an opportunity. Putin's brutal aggression in Europe has put our allies on the brink. Iran's terrorist proxies have slaughtered Israeli, Jews, and American citizens. They've targeted commercial shipping, and they've attacked our troops nearly 200 times since October, killing 3 US soldiers and 2 Navy SEALs. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party is undercutting America's workers. China is buying up our farmland, spying on our military installations, and spreading propaganda through the likes of TikTok. You see, the CCP knows that if it conquers the minds of our next generation, it conquers America. And what does President Biden do? Well, he bans TikTok for government employees, but creates an account for his own campaign. Y'all, you can't make this stuff up. Look, we all recall when presidents faced national security threats with strength and resolve. That seems like ancient history. Right now, our commander-in-chief is not in command. The free world deserves better than a dithering and diminished leader. America deserves leaders who recognize that secure borders, stable prices, safe streets, and a strong defense are actually the cornerstones of a great nation. Just ask yourself, are you better off now than you were 3 years ago? There's no doubt we're at a crossroads, and it doesn't have to be this way. We all feel it. But here's the good news. We, the people, are still in the driver's seat. We get to decide whether our future will grow brighter or whether we'll settle for an America in decline. Well, I know which choice our children deserve, and I know the choice the Republican Party is fighting for. We are the party of hard-working parents and families, and we want to give you and your children the opportunities to thrive. And we want families to grow. It's why we strongly support continued nationwide access to in vitro fertilization. We want to help loving moms and dads bring precious life into this world. Wesley and I believe there is no greater blessing in life than our children. And that's why tonight, I want to make a direct appeal to the parents out there, and in particular to my fellow moms, many of whom I know will be up tossing and turning at 2 a.m., wondering how you're going to be in 3 places at once and then somehow still get dinner on the table. First of all, we see you, we hear you, and we stand with you. I know you're frustrated. I know you're probably disgusted by most of what you see going on in Washington, and I'll be really honest with you, you're not wrong for feeling that way. Look, I get it. The task in front of us isn't an easy one, but I can promise you one thing. It is worth it. So I am asking you, for the sake of your kids and your grandkids, get into the arena. Every generation has been called to do hard things. American greatness rests in the fact that we always answer that call. It's who we are. Never forget, we are steeped in the blood of patriots who overthrew the most powerful empire in the world. We walk in the footsteps of pioneers who tamed the wild. We now carry forward the same flame of freedom as the liberators of an oppressed Europe. We continue to draw courage from those who bent the moral arc of the universe. And when we gaze upon the heavens, never forget that our DNA contains the same ingenuity that put man on the moon. America has been tested before, and every single time we've emerged unbowed and unbroken. Our history has been written with the grit of men and women who got knocked down. But we know their stories because they did not stay down. We are here because they stood back up. So now it's our turn, our moment to stand up and prove ourselves worthy of protecting the American dream. Together, we can reawaken the heroic spirit of a great nation. Because America, we don't just have a rendezvous with destiny. We take destiny's hand and we lead it. Our future starts around kitchen tables just like this, with moms and dads just like you. And you are why I believe with every fiber of my being that despite the current state of our union, our best days are still ahead. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless these United States of America.
Alabama Senator Katie Britt delivering the Republican response. I'm Libby Casey here with Rhonda Colvin in Statuary Hall. Last check, President Biden was still making his way out of the House chamber. Rhonda, let's reflect on Senator Britt's speech.
Senator Britt from Alabama, she's youthful. That is something that Republicans wanted her to showcase tonight, that there is youth and energy in their party. Her state is at the center. It's a flashpoint right now over the argument over reproductive rights with their IVF ruling, but the lawmakers in Alabama, the state lawmakers in Alabama have enshrined and protected IVF services. But she was chosen specifically for those reasons. And I will point out, she has been helping Republicans message on IVF and reproductive rights in their own way, including the former president. And if you thought that speech was, very strong on its messaging, she was very emphatic, almost emotional at times. She was a former communications director here on the Hill. And for folks at home who may not know what that role is, that's the person who helps senators and House members craft their own messaging, makes relationships with the press. You could tell that she's very well studied in that area. And then she became a chief of staff as well for Senator Richard Shelby of Alabama, her predecessor. So she laid out that she felt Biden had failed on the border. She also talked about her children. She wanted to show that she was a person at home. You saw the backdrop was a kitchen, it appeared to be. And she talked about there is a divide between what President Biden wants for America and what Republicans do. But I think what really struck me is that she tried to be very folksy, very, at home and reach people about their kitchen table issues. We'll see if that type of messaging is effective. But I think, and given the fact that the president is still here in the chamber, it shows he has left. Okay, well, he has recently left, which is actually longer than usual, far longer than usual. It does show that Democrats feel that he had a good night. He feels he had a good night. We'll see if that Republican message works or is repeated. But she was chosen on purpose for those reasons.
I want to go to you, James Hohmann, to talk about what Katie Britt was trying to say, and then also how she's trying to draw contrasts with Joe Biden. But I do have to point out that some of the things she was talking about, James, are things that Joe Biden wanted too. She was talking about the high prices of prescription drugs. She's talking about the middle class, and she's talking about the border. Republicans did have a deal on the table regarding the border, which we heard the president talk about tonight. So are the issues that she is trying to hit on Republican priorities?
Well, she's trying to be a Republican forwarded me some talking points that her team sent around to Republican senators, and they said to say that she came across as America's mom and deeply relatable, and relatability was in the talking points a bunch. And the contrast that she's trying to draw is calling Joe Biden a permanent politician, saying that he's dithering, and then kind of trying to do the folksy thing, even though she was a Senate chief of staff for Richard Shelby, by saying, it's been a minute since Joe Biden went shopping, and it's been a minute since Joe Biden had carpool. So it's not as much about policy, it's more about this general sense that Republicans are trying to tap into that Biden is too old or infirm or out of touch, more than anything substantive. I think with the substantive stuff, obviously they see the border as a big advantage. I was surprised at how little she talked about IVF, and she waited until near the end and just nodded to it, did not talk about abortion. And that is a reflection of a Republican desire to win back some of those college-educated suburban women who were traditionally Republicans, voted proudly for Mitt Romney, but voted for Joe Biden in 2020.
Now, I want to play some tape from President Biden earlier this evening. He was hitting the issue of abortion, IVF as well, head on. Rhonda, they were able to bring in guests that represented those two perspectives. But let's hear about what he actually had to say.
There are state laws banning the freedom to choose, criminalizing doctors, forcing survivors of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need. Many of you in this chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look, it's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you were right about that.
Speaking earlier tonight. Let's go to Mariana Sotomayor, one of our colleagues who was in the chamber watching the speech in person. Mariana, talk about moments like that where the president was making call-outs and referencing experiences of people who were guests of the First Lady.
Yeah, that is always a tradition by the president. We've seen that year after year. It really does make moments much more personal. He can talk about the issues that are more impactful to the Democratic Party, or, talk about the achievements that he has been able to bring forth as president, and be able to say, instead of going and giving this wonky policy speech, being able to say, look, here is a person who is impacted by this, impacted by these decisions. Here's how we're trying to solve it. Here's how I'm trying to push forward. And his speech was very much not just let's look back at what the Biden administration has been able to do, but also what, they could continue to do if Americans do elect Biden again to the White House.
Mariana, there were some outbursts in the chamber. Can you give us some insight into what you were hearing people yell out, where that was coming from, and how the president was either pushing for that or taking advantage of it?
Yeah, so there was multiple times, and this is something that used to really not happen, I would say, a little bit over a decade ago, and it's become much more commonplace during the State of the Union. There was one particular outburst from the gallery. It appears to have been a former either it was very much unclear to me at who it was, but he was yelling, and it seemed to be a reference to a number of troops who died in Afghanistan. That person was immediately escorted out. There was another incident. I could not see it from my vantage point, but also someone else who was escorted out. But of course, we also heard outbursts from the House. Speaker Mike Johnson actually yesterday, when he had a meeting with his conference, really implored Republicans to have some respect for the State of the Union, to practice having some decorum. We did not really see that from Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has been known for frequent outbursts, and especially when Biden began talking about border security, immediately started to yell and ask him to say Laken Riley's name. She was a 22-year-old nursing student from Georgia who was killed allegedly by an undocumented migrant. And that has been a very pressing issue for House Republicans. Biden did respond to that. He did say her name. He did repeat what Congresswoman Greene said. In some ways, to just shut it down. There was many Republicans who were trying to make this point, and in repeating her, was able to kind of just, shut that moment down. And, I should also point out there were silent protests from multiple members of the Democratic squad, most notably Rashida Tlaib. She is the first Palestinian American to serve in Congress. She and a couple of other congresswomen held up some signs that said, "Lasting ceasefire now and stop sending bombs," which they brought out when Biden was talking about the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas.
Mariana Sotomayor, thank you so much for talking with us at this late hour. Really appreciate it. Let's play a little bit of how President Biden was sort of interacting with his Republican and Democratic audience in the chamber tonight. Let's watch this.
The working people who built this country pay more into Social Security than millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair. We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh, no. You guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was. Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear. I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share.
President Biden earlier tonight. Let's go to Jorge Ribas, who's live outside the White House. Jorge, talk to us about how the president used the Republicans as a foil.
Yeah, I mean, Libby, he almost teased that up on purpose because that's where Biden's at his best, right, is when he's interacting. That's where he's in his element. And the Republicans take the bait on that. He's moments like that where he's riffing with them and he feels energized and alive. And what was interesting about Katie Britt's speech afterwards is, and James mentioned this before, is her referencing dithering and diminished. And that is a line, obviously, that the Republicans have been using in reference to Biden. But the Biden that we saw tonight in that interaction when he's going back and forth is not that President Biden. So, and then I've been reading a little bit on Twitter how some Republicans are upset that this speech tonight was too fiery and too partisan. So there's kind of like, which angle are you going to take in this campaign as it goes along? Which Biden are you going to say is? Is it the diminished, dithering Biden, or is it the one who's too fiery and too partisan? And that's kind of what Biden played to tonight in sort of baiting the Republicans to take it. And they did quite a bit on immigration, on the clip that you just played tonight.
Great point, Jorge. Let's talk about the protests that were happening outside of the White House. Jorge, I know you could hear them from where you were. Tell us more.
Yeah, when we were walking here before we set up here at the studio, and like I mentioned before, we're 15 stories up, and we could see the protests as we were walking from our office, right? Black Lives Matter Plaza right in front of the White House. And it was a big crowd. My colleague Amber went down to shoot some footage, to interview some people that were down there. And they were blocking the path. They were attempting to block, or they did block the path of the motorcade as it was leaving the White House towards the Capitol. But she mentioned to me that the crowd dispersed as soon as the time was necessary. There wasn't any police presence moving them along or anything like that. Obviously, maybe they had a permit there for that time, and then they dispersed. But yeah, they were loud. They were boisterous. I mean, this is something that the campaign is going to have to deal with as Biden hits the road, as he campaigns. The DNC in Chicago this summer. These are going to be events that are going to keep coming along, and they're going to have to address this, whether it's through Biden talking about ceasefire in Gaza or providing humanitarian aid. But there's definitely a group of people, whether it's on the left, whether it's people who want to see a ceasefire, want to see peace in this war between Israel and Gaza.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jorge Ribas. JM, let's go to you for more on how the president addressed the question of his longtime support for Israel, but his really growing concern and the concern of many people about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Yeah, Libby, we heard him talk about that new initiative, that port in the Mediterranean to get humanitarian aid in, but I thought it was especially notable, Libby, because these were really his most extensive comments to date on the suffering of Palestinians in Gaza. And we've heard sort of a shift from the Biden administration in recent weeks here, calling now for a ceasefire, putting a little more pressure on Israel to get that humanitarian aid in. We heard some of that tonight. One other thing I want to note here real quick, Libby, in terms of issues that Biden talked about, our colleagues at the Post ran a word search on Biden's speech and kind of broke down how much he spent on different topics. One topic that he touted as having accomplished a lot, but he spent fairly little time on, was climate change. He spent only about 2% of his speech talking about climate change, talking about initiatives, while saying how much his administration had accomplished. It'll be interesting to see if that is something that he tries to bring into the campaign here as we get down the final stretch here, or if he stays along those lines of that sort of choice that we heard kind of throughout thematically.
Thanks so much, JM. James, it is 2 hours after Biden started his speech tonight. The speech lasted a little over an hour. We're going to wrap things up here shortly. What are your main takeaways tonight and final thoughts you want to leave us with?
Jorge is right that Biden and the reelection campaign will have to deal with Gaza and the protests, which will continue. But Republicans are going to have to deal with Donald Trump. I was struck looking at my notes from Katie Britt's speech. She never mentioned Donald Trump. Joe Biden referred to him, if not by name, more than a dozen times during his speech. Biden is eager to make that contrast. Republicans are rallying behind Trump. He is their presumptive nominee now. But kind of the tone that she put off, the smiling, the trying to be positive, it's so at odds with what Trump projects. And we heard Biden preview what I think will be a major theme that we're going to hear over and over again. He said he may be old, but his ideas aren't. And he said hate, anger, and retribution are ancient ideas. That is the contrast Joe Biden wants to drive. We heard him lay the foundation tonight. We're going to hear him over the next 8 months continue to build on that. And we'll see come November whether he can turn this race into a referendum on Bidenism versus Trumpism.
Thanks so much. JM, to you for final thoughts tonight as you reflect on this speech and also the campaign that is to come.
Yeah, Libby, we talked at the top of the show how the presidents, when they go into State of the Unions, have two audiences who they're speaking to, Congress and the American people. Biden threaded that needle tonight, but a lot of his stuff in many ways was addressed towards the American people, was setting up that choice that James was talking about, was setting up that sort of reset launch for 2024 that the Biden team wanted. They largely accomplished that going into tonight. We'll see how much they can build off momentum in the coming days ahead. The other thing I'll note is that this was definitely one of the rowdiest State of the Unions that I can remember, probably in, easily the last decade or so, like Mariana was talking about. And that is, a reflection on the politics of the moment, if you will, where both sides are very sort of fearful in some ways of the other side and feel like their way of life is being changed. How that plays out throughout the 2024 election, I think we saw some simmering highlights of that tonight.
Thanks, JM. Rhonda, to you, for your impressions tonight. You've covered a lot of these State of the Union addresses. I'd love to hear your reflections on the content of it, but also just the energy that we saw reflected in both the president, as well as some of the responses that we got from Democrats, and we've heard from Republicans as well.
One of the things I was thinking about all week, really, in the lead up to this speech and preparing for our show is Joe Biden going to be able to read the room? Because this Congress, even though he's spent so many years, decades really, in the Capitol, this Congress is not like the Congress he was a part of. So is he going to be able to understand that and message and bring his message across when it is a hostile environment? We talked about how this is a Congress who has an open impeachment inquiry on his family. They brought his son in last week for questioning. They have been after him from the start. And I was wondering, is he going to be the old Joe Biden, or is he going to read the room? It appears he read the room. We saw the exchange there that he had over the infrastructure bill, where he said, hey, if you don't want the money, those of you who voted against it, let me know. You guys are all enjoying it in your district. So he seemed to have moments prepared in thinking that Republicans would come after him. There was that open exchange over the border bill with Marjorie Taylor Greene. We have not ever seen a president speak from the dais to members in the crowd like that before. And the other reporters, our colleagues, who have said this was a rowdy State of the Union, it certainly was. But it appears that he came in prepared for that. And we'll see in the coming days how it all works out. He is going on the road over the weekend, going to Georgia, Pennsylvania, some of these battleground states, to continue the message of tonight. So we'll continue to watch.
And that is always what presidents do after the State of the Union. Typically, traditionally, they hit the road, they try to sell their agenda, but this time, of course, it's loaded with the election that is now really underway between two candidates. JM is our numbers guy, so I want to hear from him tomorrow morning how many exclamation points there were in that speech, because we get a paper copy of the speech after the president begins, Rhonda, and there were so many literal exclamation points in that, even in the delivery. So we'll see if that translates now. Those exclamation points continue on the road with President Biden.
Right.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. And thank you to all of you for joining the Washington Post for this coverage of the State of the Union. A special thanks to our crew here at Statuary Hall and back at the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Have a good night.
The Washington Post newsroom delivers breaking events around the world as they happen. Unrivaled reporting from the journalists you've come to trust. To get the facts fast and meet the challenges of today head on. Get the news that matters most with a special offer by visiting WashingtonPost.com/watch. Subscribing unlocks instant access, bringing you the Post's award-winning coverage anytime, any place. Because democracy dies in darkness.